line, brother. And we are live, I think. Or we should be starting up. And I'm going to set my marker. Let me share my screen. Copyright disclaimer. Under Section 107 of the Copyright Act of 1976, allowances are made for fair use for the purpose such as criticism, comments, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, education, and research. Please allow me to repeat that. Copyright Act of 1976, YouTube. Allowances are made for fair use for the purpose of criticism, comments, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, education, and research. That's what we do here. We criticize bad information. We make comments about bad information. We report on what the news report on. We teach. And we have scholarship, technical teaching, caliber teaching on the show that meets the mark of education and research. Fair use is a use permitted copyright statute that might otherwise be infringed. In case you want to flag my channel for my information that I'm bringing out, there's no reason why I should not be allowed to do it, unless you're a bunch of racist cowards.
Amen.
Let me stop sharing my screen and play my opening sound.
You want to play your song too, Apostle? You know that's cool too, brother.
Yeah, I'm gonna play that.
Gotta play that. That song's tight. I love that song, man. That's a nice song, brother.
Yeah, that's by my brother, man. It's by my brother Octagon 104. And let me go back here so I can share it. I got it up on deck. Present. There. Here we go. All right.
All praise. True 104, man. Colonize. God, we give you the glory all the time. Allah. I'm nothing without you, Father. Do all things through your power by Shem Yahushua. And we praise ya. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. And we praise ya. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Why let you fall? All the trials are good at peace. My God, you've been good to me. Yeah, yeah. You had my back, pushed me on. Push you made me strong. At times didn't know what to do. Don't want credit, gratitude. That's all I'm gonna show to you. Victory we having you. Promises, know they true. Keep your word, know you do. Keep him first, what we do. The Messiah, showed and proved. Come and try, you can bang it with me now. Let's go. Oh yeah, oh yeah. Kalaya Hobashe, praise ya. Oh yeah, give the glory for. Oh yeah. Think of that upon the flows where I lay. Sit back, meditate. Think about how far I done came. How can I not give him praise? How can I not give back? Give hope to the hope. Open my heart, give charity. Tunnel vision, stay focused. Might catch me laughing and joking. Don't do the follow that's bogus. Talk about ancestors. Switchcraft, hocus pocus. Picking up where they left us. Keep your mind open. The knowledge we carry. Just quote you, praise ya. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Hallelujah. And we praise ya. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I made it this far. We praise ya. Oh yeah. I sit back meditating. I could not give him the praise ya. Oh yeah. Thank you for it. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. So I'm sorry. I give you the praise, sit back, meditate. I be crazy. We gonna lift your name. Our house, we gonna serve the Lord.
Kwam Yasharala. Kwam Yasharala. Kahalal. Yahweh Bahashimi. Hashamak. Mashiach. Barakatan. Selaki. Kwam Yasharala. So right now, I want to shout out the few people that are here. T Miles and my brother JJ, 7,000, man. Go ahead, man. While you got a chance, man, if you want to hit that link, Jay, come on in here. I got a few things I'm gonna do, and I'm gonna turn it over to my brother IBM to let him do his thing. So this has been long coming. He got some stuff that he want to show you. He got some things that he want to bring out. Personally, I saw something very strange today, and I'm gonna go ahead and talk about it. Can I do that? I saw something
Yes, sir.
very, very strange. Go ahead and cue up your mic there, Lynn. Indigenous black man. Make sure that you come across. Make sure the people can hear you.
What's going on, everybody? I hope y'all can hear me well. I'm going to try to do as least amount of talking as possible because I know I have these technical difficulties on the phone. So I'm just going to be showing y'all some videos tonight, going over a few things, you know, the history and our history, and also how we got to this point. So, you know, just sit back and get ready. And I also want to say that, you know, if anybody is interested in reading tonight, when I have things to read, you know, you're more than welcome to come up and be a reader for us tonight. We like to have the audience participation. So, you know, let's have some fun tonight, everybody. Love y'all, and let's get ready to rumble. All right.
All right, you heard my brother. All right, so listen, I got something I want to share with y'all tonight. Stonetta up at his old tricks. Um, I don't know if y'all was watching today. I got my specs on, right? My Ray-Bans with the polarized kit and all that. It's glare removal and all of that kind of carrying on, right? So I had no problems today. I was ready for it. But I saw something strange today. I was watching YouTube and I was watching the eclipse on YouTube. And this was in Akron, Niagara Falls, New York. So Niagara Falls on the New York side of the border. They were watching the eclipse. And there was a news reporter, and she was very excited having the opportunity to watch the moon eclipse the sun. This is called a solar eclipse, not a lunar eclipse, but a solar eclipse. The last time we had a solar eclipse was in 2017. Okay? And that eclipse came from Western Washington through the United States, and it went out into the ocean at Charleston, South Carolina. So it drew a line straight across from west to east in 2017. I believe it was in June. Not sure. Don't quote me on June. But I was here in South Carolina and I remember that. Okay? Even though I wasn't in Charleston, I was only, hour, 40 minutes from Charleston? So I got a good look at it, right? Sun is it's too big to try to hide it, right? So I do remember that. Now, I didn't get the approach today that I had at that particular time. So back in 2017, I saw it, right? Just like everybody else that saw it today. I had glasses on then too, okay? Because I'm no fool. But I saw something strange. I saw something strange today. I saw a news reporter, female, of the Caucasian persuasion, interviewing a family of the Caucasian persuasion, a father, a mother, and 3 kids. And they were all going on, all excited, and how wonderful it was, and how beautiful it was, and the dark. And I see the daylight become evening right before my eyes. It got dark. It got dark. They had to turn on lights so that we can see them on the television, right? Through the television. Man, I'm telling you this. But I knew something was strange. Something didn't seem right. They were not wearing no glasses. Now, unless they got some special type of contact lens that they need to tell us about, these folk didn't have on glasses. And they were staring at it. They didn't do a peek and look away. No, they were staring at it. If you go on YouTube, you can watch it. I believe it was CNN Network was reporting it because that O'Donnell chick was in Cleveland. She was in Cleveland as it went through Cleveland. And she passed it on to Niagara Falls, New York. And they took over. I brought this up with a friend of mine. And he said, Zaquan, did you see their eyes? I said, no, I couldn't see that. I couldn't see their eyes. I don't even think I paid any attention to their eyes. He said, because I bet you if you saw their eyes would have been black. They walk among us, family. They're already walking among us. There's a group out of Sirius B called the Pleiades in the Norse. These are aliens by every consideration, right? They're aliens because they're off-planet beings, but they can blend in. They look like any other Caucasian person. They can blend in. They can be sitting beside you and you not even know. They're called Norsemen. Very blonde, very white in their complexion. Now, you can believe me or not. What was Hamashiach? Did he not say, my kingdom is not of this world? Do you understand that he was an off-planet being that came here and left here? Leave the site. Why is it telling me to leave my site? Change, cancel that. I don't understand that. Telling me to leave the site. What kind of message is that?
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna push you on through this. By all means and purposes, Christ was an alien. He was not of this world. He said it himself. For if he was of this world, those that are of his kingdom would defend him. They would come and deliver him. He said, I could call, I don't know how many, I can't remember how many thousands of angels, but he said, if I called them, they would come and deliver me. Do y'all understand that? Do you know the same way he left here is the same way he's going to return? How did he leave here? Acts 1, Acts chapter 1. How did he leave? He went up as two disciples stood there watching him go up, and two angels in white apparel standing by, saying to the disciples that were there, why ye stand here gazing up in the sky? The same Christ that is leaving shall also in like manner return. How did he go? He went up of their sight. The scripture says a cloud received him. I wonder what that cloud was. Food for thought. Open up your minds, Israel. Expand your thinking. Okay? I wish Brother Elijah was here. It wouldn't be strange if he was. For he died not. He was taken. Like Enoch. Where were they taken? Where did they go? Reminds you of that song. Have you seen my old friend John? Can you tell me where he's gone? Oh, he freed a lot of people, but the good they say die young. I looked around and he was gone. That's what they sang about Enoch. He was gone. That's what they said about Elijah. Elisha was standing there, and Elisha got that double portion of anointing because he witnessed Elijah being taken up in a horseless chariot of fire, a torch. Elijah didn't show up no more until the Mountain of Transfiguration. He showed up on the mountain with Moses. How's that? How is that? Because when Moses died, Satan disputed the angels over his body and lost. Satan lost the struggle. The angels retained the body of Moses and buried him. Oh, my God is so good. My God is so good. Believe that. Can I share something else with y'all? One more second, Indigenous Black man, and the show is going to be yours, man. One more second. Because I see this thing, man. I saw this thing the other day. Vocab Malone is up to his old tricks, y'all. You know, listen, if I ever seen a redneck peckerwood and didn't know him when I saw him, wasn't able to recognize him, it wouldn't have been vocab. Because I see him coming a mile away. That brother is a harsh. He is upset. He's upset. Now listen, I don't care what Putin do or say. I don't need for Putin to tell me that my Hamashiach is a black man, is a so-called black man. I don't need Putin to tell me that. And personally, I don't need a picture for anybody to show me that Hamashiach is a so-called Negro. I don't need a picture. I don't need a photograph. I don't need a statue. That's what Peter, James, and Andrew wanted to do. They wanted to build 3 statues in acknowledgement of Christ, Moses, and Elijah on the mountain. But Christ knowingly said, no, people would only make it an object of worship. They will worship the stone pillars. So what do you think we're going to do if we had a picture? We would worship the picture. Now, I don't recall in scripture of me reading that Hamashiach set for a painting session. I don't recall that. I don't believe he did that. So I don't need a picture to tell me what he looked like. Okay. So for Putin, whatever the dude's name is, thank God he was willing to admit that the earliest pictures, religious pictures, are pictures that reflect that of so-called African Americans. That's what the very first religious documents looked like before they became whitewashed. That picture, I'm not saying that was Hamashiach. It was a rendering. But what you got to admit to, Vocab, before he was ever painted white, he was already painted black. Not just him. It wasn't just his picture that Putin showed. He showed all of the religious artifacts, and they were all of black people. All of them. Now, I can't help that. If that hurted your sensitivities, sucker, that's your problem. If you can't live beyond a picture, that you got to do a show and condemn a picture. Well, why didn't you condemn them when they were making them white? When you know he's not white. You know that, and I know that. But you know, that's the reason why you're going to be judged by it. Because you won't be able to accept him because he's black. You and so many of your kind like you. That's your problem. How dare they? The Jesus you worship, he may be white. You can have that. But don't you put your hands on my Hamashiach and claim that. Because you can't, Esau, and know it from the heart. And my phone number is running across the screen. My email is running across the screen. You can come in this site right now if you choose to, and we can talk about it. After me and this brother do his show, we can talk about it. I got all time tonight. We can talk about it. You can call me. You can do what you want. I look for your phone number. Thank God. For your behalf, I didn't find it. Okay? All right, brother. I'm not even going to show the tape. I don't have to show it. So, Kal Halal, Yahweh Bahashim, Yahweh Shai, Barakathon, and Salaki, Kwam Yasharala. May your sins be forgiven. May your sins be forgiven in that hour of his returning.
Amen.
Amen. Amen. So at this time, nobody don't want to come in. We're going to go ahead and turn the show over. Give me your first tape, man. I got my book here. Let me get me a pencil so I can be writing what you want. And look, YouTube, this is just information. You ain't got to get your drawers all crimpy up and everything. Okay? Information can't hurt you. It can deliver you, but it can't hurt you.
All right, brother, you ready?
Yeah, just let me get my pencil here. All right.
The first one's gonna be the
Okay.
scripture.
Can I get somebody to click the screen? Click the sign in so we can get a reader to come in and join us. I'm gonna put the app in here one more time. The link.
Yeah, tell them this is audience participation. We're trying to get the audience involved too, so because when you read, you learn better. So if you're allowed to read, what is given, the information is given, a little clip, then you'll remember better, and you also remember where you did that at. So that way we can start putting some truths together, and this is not rocket science or nothing like that, and but we, like I said, I would like for y'all to participate. I'm trying to bring some participation to the channel. Come over and read and learn from your reading. What you're reading, the things that you read for us. So if anyone would like to do that, you can hop on, hit the link, and read
Yeah, please hit the link.
Yeah. And you don't have to take the whole show. You can just read one. You can just read one part, and then you can drop back down. You know.
Yeah.
Audience participation.
Yeah, and that'll be your contribution. Come on in, help us do this, man. We need you. So you spending time with us. Come on in and do this little bit of work, and hit the like button and subscribe to the channel, so that it can help the algorithm and all of that kind of stuff. They say, look, they took about 100 subscribers from me on the last broadcast. I had almost 400 subscribers, and they took. Now I got almost 300. So hit my subscribe and like button for me, and let's bring up the algorithm. But we still want somebody to come in and do the reading. Okay?
If you can. If not, then like I said, we'll get it done. We'll get her done. Because like I said, it's not a lot. It's just like the scripture here. 1 Timothy 6:20-21. Now, I think I got 20. It's either 20 or 21 that I'm going to read to you. All right. It says, avoiding profane and vain babblings and oppositions of science, falsely so called. Right? So this is what we're dealing with, family. This is what we're dealing with. And I want to, Apostle, if you could, pull up the term, the big lie in Merriam-Webster. The big lie, or big lie, the big lie. Pull it up, Merriam-Webster. You think it has a definition?
The big lie?
The big lie.
I don't know. We're going to see. Let me see here.
Yeah, that's right.
The big lie.
You could put that up on the screen for the people and let them see that.
Yeah.
Yeah, hit the one with Merriam-Webster and check that out.
Merriam-Webster's
big lie.
The biggest lie. What is the meaning of the biggest lie in the world?
No.
What is the difference between? Okay, go ahead. Tell me what the book. I put Merriam-Webster's The Big Lie.
Yeah, big lie. I'm sorry. You can take the off. I mean, I got the definition right here if you want me to read it, brother.
No, let's do it so the people can do it. So the people can see it.
I appreciate that. That's the way I'd rather do it too, yes.
Yeah, I want the people to see it. Okay. Now, it does say something about a deliberate cross distortion of the truth, used especially as...
Yeah, that's the definition. Yeah, hold on. Tell them that's the definition. That is the definition.
Yeah, that's okay. I see that.
Okay.
Let me show it to them.
Making sure you let them know it's the definition.
Okay, I'll let them know. I'm going to go back and pull it, present it. There it is. A deliberate gross. Listen, it ain't came up yet. I'm reading it. It ain't up there yet. A deliberate gross distortion of the truth, used especially as propaganda tactics. Y'all got that? The big lie, according to Merriam-Webster.
Yes. So you see, that's we're dealing with a lot of that, So, I don't want to talk too much, so I'll go ahead and give you this video.
Okay. Let me get out of here.
It'll be all right.
Okay, got out of there.
Yeah, because this one here will give you a great idea of how everything got started. So we're not jumbling and mumbling up, You got to start at the beginning of things to understand, from the origins to modern day.
Okay.
Basically.
All right. Go ahead and
you ready?
give me the video.
Okay. First colonies.
First
colonies.
Colonies. IES.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Yes. And then the dot over top of the dot. I forget what that's called. And then 1565.
1565.
And then the minus sign.
Okay.
And then 1700 through 1700. That minus sign is through 1700.
Okay. Okay. So it's first colonies dot 1569 through 1700s.
1565. And you look at the bottom for the provider.
Okay.
And it'll say Jeffrey the librarian. So that's the one I want because it's an 18-minute and 21-second video.
Jeffrey the librarian.
Yes.
Okay.
So that, you see it?
No, I gotta look for it. I gotta go pull it. I'm just writing it down, man.
Okay.
Just hold on and let me pull it. Okay?
Hey, next time just type it into YouTube, you know what I'm saying? And that way it'll come up for you, You'll probably come up before we get done, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I gotta pull up a YouTube slot, man. That's what I'm doing there.
Oh, okay.
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 YouTube. Okay, now I can do a search.
Yeah. And what's the dot over top of the dot? You know what I mean?
Yeah, the semicolon, the colon.
Okay. Okay. All right.
Okay, colony. These. No, there's supposed to be no B. Colonies. Okay. And you want the one by Jeffrey, librarian. Okay, I got it.
Jeffrey, yeah.
Okay, hold on. I got it.
Is it 18 minutes and 20? Hold on. Is it 18 minutes and 21 seconds? The one that's 18 minutes and 21 seconds, right?
No. Let me go back.
How long is
it? It's less. It looks like 138. 1 minute 38 seconds.
No, this one's 18 minutes.
Okay, let me go back.
Yeah, you got to look for the one.
Okay, no problem. Let me go back. Okay, this is America, Jeffrey. Okay, he got 13 colonies. Okay, 18. Okay, let me see if it's this one. Okay, 1821. All right.
Wait a minute. Whoa, Apostle.
Yeah.
Are you at the title? It says First Colonies.
First Colonies?
1565. First Colonies, 1565 through 1700.
Jamestown, Plymouth. Yeah, American colony.
It is Jeffrey the librarian.
Right. And it's 18 minutes, 21 seconds long.
Oh, okay. Thank you, brother. I appreciate you. Sorry about that. Sorry for the interruption, man.
No. Just let me bring it up. Okay?
Okay.
I want to shout out Zion Law School, brother Yawasapa. I see you there, bro. Need to talk, man. You called me, I called you back. I wasn't able to reach you, man. Long time no hear from. We need to talk, though. Missed you, brother. I do check you out from time to time. So let's see if we can hook up soon. All right.
Yes, sir.
As soon as
You
it
got
comes
it,
up.
Apostle?
Huh?
You got it?
Yeah, I got it. It's coming up.
America and Latin America since 1492. Colonization north of Mexico in what is now the United States and Canada began 73 years later. Let's zoom into the future United States and Canada. The Native American language and cultural groups along the Atlantic Ocean from north to south are Algonquin, which includes many nations that extend from Maine and northeastern Canada down the coast to the Carolinas. Siouan language speakers are, very interestingly, present in the area of the Carolinas, so there is a linguistic connection between some of these nations here in the south and the Plains people. Below them, in present-day Georgia and Florida, are the Muskogean family of nations, and in the Great Lakes region are the Iroquoian nations. The Pueblo are in the southwest, and it's important to remember that the Spanish will be coming up from Mexico to the southwest. Spanish colonies will be shown in yellow, English colonies in red, French colonies in blue, and Dutch colonies in orange. The date and the monarch of England will be shown in the bottom right-hand corner. Let's begin in 1565. Queen Elizabeth I is the monarch in England. The first successful European foothold above Mexico is the Spanish colony of St. Augustine, founded in modern Florida in 1565. 1585. Sir Walter Raleigh founds the first English colony in North America at Roanoke Island in future North Carolina. The colony dissolves the next year. 1587. A second colony is established at Roanoke Island under John White. The first English child born in North America is Virginia Dare. We will zoom out for a critical world event that affects North America's colonies. In 1588, the Spanish Armada, dispatched from Spain for the purpose of invading England, is largely destroyed by a combination of the English fleet and harsh weather. The demise of the Armada means that Spain is no longer the most powerful nation in the world, and the Armada's ruin provides England, France, and the Netherlands with opportunities to colonize North America. 1590. John White of Roanoke Colony returns to the colony from England with fresh supplies. However, he finds the colony totally abandoned with only the word Croatoan scrawled on wood, a reference to a local native tribe. We will move back into North America and move into a new century. In 1606, King James I, the same King James who authorized the English Bible bearing his patronage, granted a charter to the Virginia Company and the Plymouth Company to establish English colonies in North America. In December of 1606, Captain John Smith is one of about 100 colonists who sail on the ships Susan Constant, the Discovery, and the Godspeed. In spring of 1607, the ships are off the coast of Virginia. The ships sail up a river, which the crew names after King James, and they found Jamestown. It is important to remember that when Jamestown was founded in 1607, Spanish St. Augustine has been in operation for 42 years.
When you write, your tone influences how readers respond. With Grammarly, just highlight your text and type how you want to sound.
A second English colony set out for North America in 1607 from the Plymouth Company. This second venture landed much farther north in modern-day Maine, at the mouth of the Kennebec River at Sagadahoc. This far north colony does not last, and the settlers return to England. Samuel de Champlain of France has a fort erected at Quebec the next year, 1608. In 1609, yet another European power is now in play in North America. The Dutch are on the stage in future New York State. Henry Hudson explores the river that bears his name. In the same region, the French explorer Samuel de Champlain furthers French interests in the Northeast, charting the lake in New York State that bears his name. We often focus on the Atlantic coast, but it's important to remember that colonization is occurring in the American West as well. In 1610, the Spanish settle Santa Fe in future New Mexico among the ancient civilization of the Pueblo. All at once, 4 powers are suddenly active in North America. The English have Jamestown in 1607, the French Quebec in 1608, the Dutch on the Hudson River in 1609, and the Spanish at Santa Fe in 1610. But Jamestown is in danger in 1610. The colony is starving. Pocahontas provides food assistance to Jamestown's starving colonists. The Baron de la Warre arrives with more ships and settlers, and the colony gets a second life. 1613, John Rolfe cultivates West Indian or Caribbean tobacco at Jamestown. This begins the first profitable venture in English North America and establishes tobacco as a cash crop. 1619 is a critical year at Jamestown. 2 contrasting institutions are born that year. One institution is the House of Burgesses, which is the beginnings of representative government in North America. This is contrasted by the first shipment of slaves to Jamestown in that same year. Thus, the American South's contrasting traditions of representative government and slave labor are born in the same year. Another English venture begins in 1620. The Mayflower sets sail with Pilgrim separatists and strangers. Strangers are Mayflower colonists that are not a part of the separatist religious movement. The Mayflower separatists are actually distinct from other Puritans. The Pilgrim separatists on the Mayflower want a full separation from the Church of England, whereas other Puritans want to purify or reform the Church of England. So there is a distinction between radical separatist pilgrims and Puritans. The Mayflower lands at Cape Cod. Plymouth is founded there in the future state of Massachusetts, a name derived from a local native nation. The Wampanoag are there at Cape Cod. The Mayflower Compact is signed on board the ship, a very early governmental document in the future United States. 1622, the Powhatan Confederacy attacks Jamestown, and the colony's future is again uncertain. King James wants more direct control over Jamestown. In 1624, the Dutch establish Fort Orange at present-day Albany, New York. 1626, the Dutch West India Company establishes New Amsterdam on Manhattan Island. The Lenape and other Algonquian natives are present there. 1630, King Charles I grants John Winthrop a charter for the Massachusetts Bay Colony. 1,000 Puritans, including women and children, sail for Massachusetts. Boston is founded. This settlement is much larger than other English settlements thus far. Because Massachusetts Bay Colony brings significant numbers of women and children, Boston and the surrounding area will have explosive growth rates. In 1634, Lord Baltimore establishes St. Mary's in Maryland, the first English Catholic community in the Americas. Lord Baltimore argues for the free exercise of religion for both Protestants and Catholics. 1635, the Puritans establish the Boston Latin School. the oldest public school still in use in the United States. A critical element that the Massachusetts Bay Colony brings to America is an expectation that all members of society, both boys and girls, are expected to read the Bible. Harvard is founded the next year in 1636, just 6 years after the Massachusetts Bay settlers first arrived. Puritan New England will be among the most literate societies on the planet in the 17th century. Also in 1636, the scholar Roger Williams founds Providence in Rhode Island. Williams becomes fluent in Algonquian while living among the Narragansett natives there. 1637 is a tragic year for the Pequot people. New Englanders massacre the Pequot at Fort Mystic in Connecticut. Concurrently in Boston, Anne Hutchinson gains fame as a reformer who questions the power of clergy in her Puritan community. She and her followers leave Boston for Rhode Island in 1638. Anne is very popular, and many Puritan men held her opinion in high regard and listened to her opinions. A common theme in New England settlement is that excommunicants will bring followers to a new area and found a new community. New Haven, Connecticut is founded the same year. Also in 1638, Swedish colonists found Fort Christina near modern-day Wilmington, Delaware. In 1642, back across the Atlantic, England falls into civil war between Parliament and the Crown. The English colonies develop more autonomy due to the disorder in England. Also in 1642, a French mission is founded at Montreal. 1647, Massachusetts Bay Colony passes the first compulsory education law in the future United States, and Puritan literacy is essentially universal among both boys and girls. In 1649, King Charles I is assassinated, and Parliament's victory over the Crown will result in an England that has no king for 11 years. The English Civil War and the ensuing internal conflict in England means that the English colonies in America are becoming very accustomed to local rule. Also in 1649, the General Assembly of Maryland grants an act concerning religion, or the Act of Religious Toleration, which grants freedom of religion for all Trinitarian churches. 1655, the Dutch assume control of struggling New Sweden and modern Delaware. 1659, Spanish Franciscans establish a mission at El Paso in modern-day Texas. Charles II restores the monarchy in 1660, marking an end to Cromwell's protectorate.
How to open your car door while submerged underwater, a fatal construction flaw in all recent automobiles.
Charles II initiates navigation acts to ensure that English colonists are sending raw goods back to England on English ships, discouraging trade with the Dutch or other European powers. This policy is in line with mercantilism, an economic philosophy that assumed a nation could only build wealth if it kept trade within its borders. 1661, the Puritan John Eliot, who has lived among the New England Algonquians, prints the first Bible published in North America. It is in Algonquian. So the first Bible printed in the future United States was in Algonquian. 1664, the English capture New Amsterdam.
Okay.
Did you hear that?
Yeah.
The first English Bible was written in Algonquian.
Right. In 16.
Let's let that settle in.
Right.
Instead of them saying, hold up. Instead of them saying that it was from who? The colonizer?
Right.
But I want to say something else. We heard the House of Burgesses. That was the first Congress. So if you're wondering what the first Congress was, it was the House of Burgesses. Okay, but we were still aligned with England at the time. England was still our controller at this time. You know, we heard the companies, the different companies, you know, West Indian and Plymouth Company. But we heard The origins of these companies started with the Virginia Company.
Right.
You had to get the rights from the Virginia Company in order to buy land in America. So that's the first company. Like I've told numerous people here in this community, you know, look that up, the Virginia Company. But okay, Apostle, you can, in a second, well, at the end, I'm going to, go ahead. We're good. Go ahead, brother. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Dam from the Dutchman Peter Stuyvesant. Dutch New Amsterdam is now English New York. Dutch Fort Orange in upstate New York becomes English Albany, and Fort Christina in modern Delaware is also secured from the Dutch for England. England now controls the Atlantic coast from Jamestown to Boston. 1670. Charlestown is founded in Carolina, the new colony named after King Charles. Charlestown will quickly develop a labor system based on large-scale slavery, similar to that employed in the sugar islands of the Caribbean. The cash crops in South Carolina will be rice and indigo. 1671. The French Jesuits found a mission at St. Ignace in Michigan and another mission in De Pere near Green Bay, Wisconsin. In 1673, the French further their interior exploration. Jacques Marquette and Louis Joliet travel from St. Ignace to Green Bay, Wisconsin. They then travel through Wisconsin to the upper Mississippi River and then down the river to Middle Arkansas. Also in 1673, the French established the fur trading station Fort Frontenac just above Lake Ontario. In 1675, New Englanders are engaged in a full-scale conflict against the region's Algonquian nations. This is King Philip's War, and the Wampanoag leader Metacomet, or King Philip, leads a coalition of nations against the New Englanders. The percentage of the New England native population that are killed in this conflict is simply devastating for these nations. Concurrently with King Philip's War, there is also in Virginia an equally destructive conflict. In 1676, a wealthy landowner in Virginia, Nathaniel Bacon, insists on driving out the native population, while Governor William Berkeley is more committed to fostering stable relations with the natives. Bacon attacks local native groups, and Berkeley names Bacon a rebel. Bacon's rebels cause widespread disruption and even attack Jamestown itself. Bacon dies of a fever, and the rebellion fizzles out. Out west in 1680, the Pueblo people revolt against Spanish rule, driving the Spanish from Santa Fe. 1682, William Penn, holding a charter to start a new colony, founds Philadelphia. Penn also has a religious vision. This Quaker will establish a peaceable kingdom with friendly relations with the natives, and immigrants from other European countries are to be welcomed. Pennsylvania quickly becomes a destination for Germans. Penn's vision of peace and tolerance between tribes, nations, and churches actually survives for almost 70 years. Also in 1682, the French explorer La Salle reaches the mouth of the Mississippi River as France's water trade empire now reaches from the Atlantic on both sides, from the St. Lawrence in the northeast all the way down to the Mississippi in the south. 1686, the French establish a trading post at Arkansas Post, an early European bastion in the lower Mississippi. The infamous witch hunt craze strikes Salem, Massachusetts, just north of Boston in 1692. Also in 1692, the Spanish return to Santa Fe. However, Spain has learned now that it must cooperate with native nations in order to maintain its holdings in America. 1699, Williamsburg is established as the capital of Virginia, named after King William. By 1700, England, France, and Spain all have strong footholds in North America. The next century will see these civilizations contest with one another over the continent and struggles that would shape the modern world.
Hear that, brother?
At Walden, I acquired invaluable clinical experience
and hands-on expertise,
which gave.
Was that it, brother? That's it, right?
Yes. Yeah, 18 minutes, 12 seconds. That's it. Now that.
On July 22nd, 1620,
give the people a study guide to go off of so that way they can trace, where it started in St. Augustine.
Right.
So we have to stop with the pilgrims and all that. We got to start at the origins of the thing, okay? So, like I said, that's a study guide for you. You pull that up and, pull information off of it. Go off the timeline that you're talking about. That's what you need to do. If something's happening between 1565 and 1700, we got to, put it in its time period. And that's what we just did. We gave you the origins of this colonization. And now we're going to, deal a little bit more with that. We'll go with, I think it's the same.
Hold tight
It should
for a
be the
second.
next video.
Hold tight for a sec. Hold tight for a second.
All right.
Just want to shout out
Okay.
Salaya Ben for protecting the channel just now. Once again, T Miles, Zion Law, Shaka. Shaka's in the house. Like to thank y'all for being in, sticking with us. Stay with us. Stay tuned. Never know what you might find out on this channel. Okay, because we're gonna tell it all. Don't what?
Don't forget to reiterate, Apostle, that we're going to be having people call in and read some things for us too, if they're interested. If they just want to call in and read a portion, just a section of a piece of information that I have. You don't have to read, the rest of the time, but you can just come in and read. We're going to, I'll have somebody read about parts of secular wisdom, and I think with the audience participation, you can learn better if you're doing the reading.
For real. I know that.
So it helps with, the audience participation, gives the audience something to do too. So this will be later on, but just stay tuned, okay? All right, I got 5 videos. That's all right? All right. So next is Mayflower Pilgrims.
I'm writing it down.
1606 through 1620. William Bradford Plymouth. I think it's Jeffrey the librarian too. That was Jeffrey.
1606.
1606 through 1620.
1620. Okay.
William Bradford. The straight up and down slash, and then Plymouth. Okay.
Yeah.
And it's at 26 minutes and 45 seconds.
How is it spelling Bradford?
Is
that with a U-A-T?
No, B-R-A-D-F-O-R-D.
F-O-R-D, Bradford. Okay.
And then a straight up and down slash. And then Plymouth. That's all. Yeah, and I think that's by Jeffrey the librarian. Now, what we got to understand, he was going too fast, and it's like me. He's like, that video is like me. It just goes over stuff, and, but we got to remember that at one point in time, the whole continent of America was America. From Canada all the way down to South America, family. And the changing of the maps and the drawing of the lines. And And one of my favorite statements is that division is an age-old weapon used like the lines on a map.
Yeah. Okay, let me
And
take
you
care of
see
something.
this happen. Well, hold on, wait a minute, Pop. I'm not finished. You
Okay.
see this live happening. You see this live happening from St. Augustine to what we have, San Francisco and California today. These names were given. They were chosen from kings or queens or whatever they were chosen from. And they're telling you in this video, okay? So, like I say, was Egypt during the time of the Garden of Eden and Adam and Eve? No. You need to look up the evolution of the map. That's what you're arguing. The evolution of the terms that were given to you. The social construct. Like I've taught for years. And people try to teach. But you notice they're showing you, they're putting these names on these lands as for the queen or this king or that king, or, all these different people. Kings and queens. Those are the names, these lands. And that's where they stem from, like Jamestown for King James, okay? So, your nationalism and all that stuff, anyism is going back to collectivism, which, big up the group, but you, as the individual, should be sacrificed for the group if need be. For the group. Look up the definition of collectivism, family. Because that's what all these isms are, okay? So, you got that video, Possum?
Got it.
English separatists living in Holland are boarding a ship at Delfshaven to begin their journey across the Atlantic to America. One of the separatists, William Bradford, remembered the day, stating, "So they left the goodly and pleasant city, which had been their resting place near 12 years, but they knew they were pilgrims, and looked not much on those things, but lift up their eyes to the heavens, their dearest country, and quieted their spirits." We will zoom into England and the adjacent area. On this map, we can see Ireland, Wales, England, and Holland. It's 1606. On the bottom right, the monarch is shown, King James I. The date is below the monarch. For most of this program, we will be using months and years. However, the English are using the Julian or Old Style calendar at this time, which is different than the Gregorian or New Style calendar used in much of the continent of Europe. The Gregorian New Style calendar is what we use today. There is a difference of 10 days between these calendars. For instance, June 1st, 1606 in England would actually be June 10, 1606 in France, Spain, and much of Europe. I will list both calendar dates when a specific date is used. Otherwise, a single month or year will be used. In 1606, there is a commotion in the region of Nottinghamshire. Several ministers there are opposing King James' pressure to adhere to the Church of England. Some ministers in the Nottinghamshire area claim they should separate from the Church of England. King James at London is the head of the Church of England, so the claim to separate from the Church of England is politically dangerous because it insinuates contempt for the monarchy. We will zoom into the Nottinghamshire region. Nottingham is here. Sherwood Forest is here. The village of Scrooby is here. At Scrooby, William Brewster is active in the organization of a separatist church. John Robinson is the separatist minister there. Separatists are a unique community, and it's important to understand how they fit into the religious landscape of 17th century England. In England at this time, the king is the head of the official state religion, the Church of England. So religious affiliation automatically becomes political because the king is the head of the Church of England. This is why Roman Catholics would be held in great suspicion in England at this time, because the head of the Catholic Church is the Pope in Rome, not the king in England. There is an opposing faction within the Church of England, the Puritans. The Puritans want to purify the Church of England, but they remain within the Church of England. Separatists, on the other hand, want a complete separation from the Church of England. So separatists claiming to break away from the Church of England could be interpreted as wanting to break away from the king himself. Therefore, it's easy to see why the separatists will be targeted by the state. In Scrooby, a teenager is attending the separatist church. He is William Bradford. In London that same year, King James establishes the Virginia Company. We will zoom out to the transatlantic world. 1607, the Virginia Company founds Jamestown. In that same year, the separatist community in Scrooby formally breaks from the Church of England. We will zoom back to England.
For anyone with high blood sugar, do not drink cold water. Did you know that type 2 diabetes has nothing to do with sugar? Erratic sugar levels are nothing more.
So in 1607, there is a declared independent church in Scrooby. Separatist churches are doing something unique. Instead of a top-down hierarchy with bishops and archbishops, the clergy are only active in the local congregation. The laity are active in the governance of a separatist church, and the congregation elects the minister. Thus, Scrooby's congregation is electing its own clergy and acting independently in terms of religion from the king. These activities will not go unnoticed. Shortly thereafter in Scrooby, members of Brewster's separatist congregation are imprisoned. The congregation realizes it may be time to leave England. William Bradford described the allure of Holland, the nation located just across the waters, noting, "By a joint consent they resolved to go into the Low Countries, where they heard there was freedom of religion for all men." Separatists in the previous generation had fled to Amsterdam in the 1590s, so such a transplant had a precedence. We will zoom back into England. The congregation in Scrooby plans to leave England for Holland. The refugees make for the coast, where transportation is waiting. However, in Lincolnshire, they are betrayed by the shipping crew that is to take them to Holland. Money and property is stolen, and the church members who had been robbed are then jailed. This betrayal, robbery, and jailing occurs at a town called Boston. But the separatists will make another attempt for Holland. 1608, the congregation prepares to board ships in the waters between Hull and Grimsby. But while the ship is being loaded in Hull, authorities are seen approaching, and ship officers panic. Families are separated, as many of the women are not on the ship at departure. Nevertheless, the first round of refugees, after being blown by storms near the coast of Norway, make it to Amsterdam. Though initially separated, more rounds of settlers from Scrooby will come over in the following months. We will zoom into Holland. The separatists are initially in Amsterdam. In 1609, the English immigrants make their way from Amsterdam to Leiden. We will zoom into Leiden. In Leiden, the separatists form a community near Peter's Kirk. William Bradford called Leiden a fair and beautiful city. The Leiden congregation is under the leadership of the minister John Robinson and the lay elder William Brewster, both of whom had led the congregation in Scrooby. So in Leiden, the English separatists have formed a near self-governing community in which their congregation is managed by an elected minister and lay elder, and they see no point in the king having a role in church governance. We will zoom out to the wider region. 1611, various scholars at Westminster, Oxford, and Cambridge have completed a translation of the Bible into English. King James had sponsored the project, thus this version is still known today as the King James Bible. 1613, across the waters in Leiden, William Bradford, now in his 20s, marries Dorothy May. Fall 1617, in London, the separatists have Robert Cushman and John Carver in communication with His Majesty's Council for Virginia, otherwise known as the Virginia Company, in order to secure a land patent for a colony in America. Meanwhile, by 1618, back in Leiden, William Brewster, Edward Winslow, and Thomas Brewer are operating a printing press. This press prints works opposing the Church of England. But there are signs that the separatists may need to leave Holland. There is the looming prospect of war between Holland and Spain, which might turn a city like Leiden into a war zone. In addition, the English have been in Holland for long enough that a new generation of children have been born and raised. There are fears that the youth are losing their English heritage. But with the congregation at odds with King James, a return to England is not an option. But there is another option. We will zoom out. The alternative is to sail across the Atlantic Ocean and plant a new life in America. And this is why the separatists have agents in London speaking with the Virginia Company. While a voyage across the ocean is very dangerous, Bradford provides an insight into its appeal, a mission of advancing the gospel of the kingdom of Christ in those remote parts of the world. But where to go across the Atlantic? The Dutch are active in Guyana in South America. This region would provide a warm climate. However, Spain is dominant in the wider region, and if the colony became profitable, Spain would surely overthrow it. Also, Europeans had enough experience with exploration to know that regions with year-long warm weather also fostered a higher rate of disease. But what about Virginia? Jamestown was already settled. So on the one hand, the English are already there. On the other hand, the English are already there. A separatist community in or near Jamestown might find itself right back under the thumb of King James and the Church of England. The question of where to go will take time to sort out. The separatists will need to acquire a patent from an organization like the Virginia Company in order to have a legal title to land. In the meantime, there is a sign from above. November 6, 1618. A comet shows in the heavens, visible for multiple weeks. A community like the separatists, who understood all workings as the product of God's sovereignty, would most certainly take such a wonder as a sign. In May 1619, in London, Robert Cushman, the official in communication with the Virginia Company, reports ill tidings from Virginia. A recent voyage to Virginia had ended in disaster, with most passengers dead from sickness and want of fresh water. At this time, King James is aware of the separatist press in Leiden. Leiden separatist materials are being sold in England. Agents from England work with the University of Leiden to seize the Leiden printing press. Thomas Brewer is arrested. However, William Brewster escapes arrest. Though in a different country, Holland may not be as safe as the separatists had hoped. It is time to leave. By June 1619, in London, Robert Cushman has secured a patent from the Virginia Company for the Leiden separatists. This patent provides a legal land title for a plantation in America. In the early 17th century, a plantation means a colony, which is different from the connotation of a 19th century cash crop plantation. And in a separatist context, the idea of a plantation takes on a religious meaning of planting a church. From this point forward, we will refer to the separatists who have decided to leave for America as pilgrims in order to distinguish this group from other separatists who will remain in Europe. The news of the late and disastrous voyage from the Virginia Company causes concern. However, another agency comes into the Pilgrims' business about this time. It is the Merchant Adventurers, another London agency. Thomas Weston, the adventurers' agent from London, met with the Leiden congregation. Weston convinces the separatists to go with him and not the Virginia Company. The adventurers offer to create a joint stock company with the Pilgrims. The company will finance much of the voyage in exchange for revenue returns from the future colony. Weston's adventurers hold a patent for the area at the mouth of the Hudson River, an area that could yield significant fishing profits. The Hudson River area is a good location for the Pilgrims. It is close enough to Jamestown that they might receive the king's protection if need be, but far enough from Jamestown that they will retain their religious freedom. The company's initial terms require the Pilgrims to work 5 days each week for the company, and the Pilgrims in turn would have 2 days for personal gain and worship. Profits and possessions would then be divided among all shareholders after 7 years. In England, John Carver and Robert Cushman finalized the agreement and provisioned the voyage. By next June 1620, finalized terms come back from England to Leiden. In the new terms, the pilgrims are required to work all 7 days for the company. There is nothing in the new terms about free time for worship and personal business. There, Pastor Robinson defends his flock. He writes back to Carver in England, noting, "How much unfit that you and your likes must serve a new apprenticeship of 7 years and not a day's freedom from task." The pilgrims still need ships. They acquire the Speedwell in Holland. The ship is at Delfshaven. A second ship, the Mayflower, has been purchased in England. The Speedwell will transport the pilgrims from Holland to Southampton, England. At Southampton, the Speedwell pilgrims will rendezvous with the Mayflower. The intention is that the Speedwell will be used for fishing in America. The pilgrims depart Leiden for Delfshaven, where the Speedwell is anchored. July 22nd, 1620, the pilgrims board the Speedwell and leave Delfshaven for Southampton. So at Delfshaven, goodbyes are said between the pilgrims and their family and friends remaining in Holland. The pilgrims depart Holland, having spent 12 years in that country. Meanwhile, the Mayflower proceeds from the mouth of the Thames River to Southampton. Both ships have courses set for Southampton. We will zoom in to the Mayflower. The Mayflower is also carrying English passengers bound for America. The Mayflower is 100 feet long. The ship, managed by a few dozen crewmen, is captained by Christopher Jones. We will zoom out. July 26th. The Speedwell and the Mayflower are in Southampton, England. Passengers from England and Holland are now together. Let's take a transatlantic view. The trip is some 3,400 miles from Southampton, England, to the mouth of the Hudson River. It is still summer, and an efficient journey with cooperating winds could get them to the Hudson River before winter. We will zoom into Southampton.
The best time to get a Reese's? Anytime. I'd also accept all the time.
Southampton today has modern docks lining the water. I will fill those areas in with natural earth so the landscape is more similar to that of the 17th century.
Fair use.
St. Michael's Church here began in the 11th century. There is a quay on the side of town where ships load and unload, so I've placed the Mayflower and the Speedwell there. William Brewster, the man who had escaped arrest for his publications in Leiden, is reunited with the Leiden congregation in Southampton. Some other persons here now assembled are Miles Standish, a professional soldier, and Stephen Hopkins, who had already been to Jamestown. Thomas Weston of the Adventurers has come to Southampton from London to solve the remaining disputes within the company's terms. The remaining disputes have to do with how houses and lands will be divided. While these issues are being worked out, the pilgrims are required to sell butter stores to pay pressing expenses. But there's another issue. The Adventurers, a company with business considerations sometimes different than the pilgrims, has added passengers to the voyage who are not separatists. The pilgrims will refer to those passengers who are not separatists as strangers. Nevertheless, on August 5th, the passengers are on board. The Mayflower and the Speedwell set sail from Southampton for the voyage. We will zoom out to the English Channel. The Mayflower and the Speedwell move west through the channel. The ships are nearing the open sea, but there is trouble with the Speedwell. The ship is leaking. They must turn back. The Mayflower and Speedwell route back to land. They set course for Dartmouth. At Dartmouth, Bradford says they lost time and fair wind. It's now late August. The Speedwell has been inspected and mended. The ships set sail again. They clear the channel. But after they progress some 100 leagues, or about 300 miles, the Speedwell is again awash with seawater. The ships once again turn back to land, this time to Plymouth. It is decided here that the Speedwell is not seaworthy, and she will not be part of the voyage. The Speedwell returns to the mouth of the Thames River with various passengers who have lost hope in the voyage. The stores and remaining passengers from the Speedwell must now be packed onto the Mayflower. Only the Mayflower will continue to America. It has been a full month since the Mayflower first departed Southampton, and the ship has only progressed 120 miles to Plymouth. The long delay in England has already reduced food stores on the Mayflower, and some question whether the journey is doomed. However, the remaining passengers press on. September 6, 1620, the Mayflower set sail from Plymouth. William Bradford noted, "These troubles being blown over, and now all being compact together in one ship, they put to sea again with a prosperous wind, which continued divers days together, which was some encouragement unto them." The Mayflower is off. We will zoom into the ship. There are 102 passengers on the Mayflower. The passengers will share cramped quarters between the decks, a dark, narrow space within the ship. In the early part of the voyage, the winds are favorable. However, by October 1620, crosswinds and storms rock the ship. A large beam at midships cracks. The ship's carpenter, using an iron screw brought by the passengers, is able to repair the ship. Powerful opposing winds force the crew to pull up or furl their sails. With the sails tied up, the ship will now not be thrown around by the winds. The Mayflower then sits at a standstill in the ocean until the winds die down. There are some storms so strong the ship must sit furled for days at a time. Only when more favorable winds blow will the sails be released or unfurled. Then the ship can progress westward. Over the course of the journey, the Mayflower manages about 2 miles an hour over the waters. One crew member is particularly harsh with the passenger. He is the one crew member who dies at sea. The voyage includes a tragedy and a miracle. A young servant boy, William Button, dies. He is the sole passenger to die during the voyage. But where one is lost, another is provided. Elizabeth Hopkins, wife of Stephen Hopkins, gives birth to a son. She names him Oceanus. November 1620. Something in the air feels different. November 8th comes and goes. Night falls. Dawn, November 9. Edward Winslow and William Bradford note, "By break of day we spied land which we deemed to be Cape Cod, and soon afterward it proved. And the appearance of it much comforted us, especially seeing so goodly a land, and wooded to the brink of the sea, it caused us to rejoice together and praise God that he had given us once again to see land." The Mayflower has crossed the ocean. The passengers had spent 65 days at sea. We will zoom out. The Mayflower is at Cape Cod. The mouth of the Hudson River is here, so the Mayflower is about 230 miles northeast of their legal patent title at the Hudson River. Cape Cod, as its name implies, has great potential for the colony. The fishing resources are well known in Europe by 1620. However, Cape Cod is not technically within their legal rights to settle. Legally, they need to push on to the mouth of the Hudson. The crew is, from their perspective, in a new world, and the coastlines, shore depths, and distances are not known to them. The Mayflower crew will attempt to steer the ship to the south-southwest to find the Hudson River. On the one hand, the Mayflower crew wants to remain within sight of land, as they are traveling along an unknown coastline. On the other hand, being near land presents shallow water hazards for the ship. But the crewmen detect shoals or sandbars in the waters below Cape Cod. Shoals are submerged sandbars that are very dangerous to ships. The ships can become grounded, which can damage or even wreck a ship. Bradford says the Mayflower fell amongst dangerous shoals and roaring breakers. It's November and night is coming fast. With darkness falling on November 9th, it is determined that the trip to the Hudson River is too dangerous. The Mayflower circles back around, facing north. We will zoom back out. The ship will return to Cape Cod, an area outside their patent territory. With the landing now to occur outside their legal area, there is the possibility of mutiny. Bradford noted that among the passengers there were some not well affected to unite in concord, but gave some appearance of faction, and that discontented and mutinous speeches that some of the strangers amongst them had let fall from them in the ship. The passengers, in order to maintain social order, will need to create a document that outlines a social contract before the ship makes landing. Bradford recalled it was thought good there should be an association and agreement, that we should combine together in one body. Night falls on November 9th. It's now the morning of November 10th. The Mayflower is moving north, parallel to Cape Cod. The captain, Christopher Jones, wants to get inside the bay. While the ship pushes north, the passengers are forming their social compact. There are strangers and pilgrims aboard the ship, but the separatists on board are large enough to form a unified body. They strengthen around a leader, John Carver. As darkness falls, the Mayflower is rounding the north edge of Cape Cod. The bay will provide harbor for the ship. Night falls. It's morning, November 11, 1620. The Mayflower maneuvers inside Cape Cod's interior near modern Provincetown, Massachusetts. Bradford and Winslow recorded, "We came to an anchor in the bay, which is a good harbor and pleasant bay, circled round, except in the entrance, which is about 4 miles over from land to land, compassed about to the very sea, with oaks, pines, juniper, sassafras, and other sweet woods. It is a harbor wherein 1,000 sail of ships may safely ride. There we relied ourselves with food and water, and refreshed our people." The adult men on board signed the compact which had just been written. The Mayflower Compact reads, "In the name of God, Amen. We whose names are underwritten, the loyal subjects of our dread sovereign Lord King James, by the grace of God of Great Britain, France, and Ireland, King, Defender of the Faith, having undertaken for the glory of God and advancement of the Christian faith, and honor of our king and country, a voyage to plant the first colony in the northern parts of Virginia, do by these presents solemnly and mutually in the presence of God and of one another, covenant, and combine ourselves together into a civil body politic, for our better ordering and preservation, and furtherance of the ends aforesaid, and by virtue hereof to enact, constitute, and frame such just and equal laws, ordinances, acts, constitutions, offices from time to time, as shall be thought most meet and convenient for the general good of the colony, unto which we promise all due submission and obedience, in witness whereof we have here undersubscribed our names, Cape Cod, 11 of November, in the year of the reign of our sovereign Lord King James of England, France, and Ireland and Scotland, A.D. 1620. The Pilgrims had crossed the ocean. Bradford noted, "They had now no friends to welcome them, nor inns to entertain or refresh their weather-beaten bodies, no houses or much less towns to repair to seek for succor. Yet now anchored off an unknown land, thousands of miles from their mother country, the Pilgrims determined to create a new civilization."
Okay. Y'all heard that?
You could skip this ad, but don't skip the part that can help.
Let me get back here.
All right.
Okay, and let me shut it down for the next. Shout out. Let me take care of this real quick, brother. I want to hand out some riches while people are still here. Okay, Zion, you still there, Zion Law School? I'm going to send you out a wrench, brother. I'm going to send you out a wrench. Let me see. Yeah.
Sakina.
Zakina's here. She's in the chat.
Yes, sir. Uh-huh.
Okay. see how.
Now, see, Apostle, we talk about slavery, right?
Right.
And how people were enslaved. Now, we're talking in 1606 through 1620, brother. So these people were indentured, is what it was called later. Indentured wasn't, the term wasn't used in this manner until like 1665, but the practice was going on
Hold tight,
before
brother.
that.
Hold tight. Hold tight for 1 second. Let me take care of this real quick, man.
Okay.
Let me see. Where is he at? Where you at, Zion? There we go. Click on your name. Add as a monitor. Can manage, block. Can review, remove. Can manage and block. All right. There you go. I got you. Okay, Shaka, you got one. Digitus, you got one. T Miles, let me get you one over here, brother. T Miles, you got your
Sister Sakina one too.
Where's she at? Where's she at?
She's in the chat.
Zakina. Okay, I see you talking to her. Zakina.
Hers is right above mine. Her smoking conversation with Sakina Ra.
Smoking conversation. That's got you, Zakina. Here comes a wrench. You got it. Bam. Thank you, dear. Thank you for stopping by. Smoking. Yes. Tawada. Yes. Thank you, T Miles. You got that, brother. Stokely, you already got your Shaka. So, okay. I don't know what happened to JJ. I did see it earlier. But JJ got a wrench. JJ got a wrench. So.
Okay.
All right. As a matter of fact, I'm gonna make JJ a contributor to the channel. I'm gonna do that for Jay. That's my brother.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
As soon as you get your you on a computer, man, or you got your phone hooked up. What you got?
I got my computer. I tried to fix it. I don't know how to do it. I gotta see if I can get some help from my son or somebody.
Yeah. You get that hooked up, man. You get that hooked up.
I haven't had my phone. Oh, hold on. I haven't had my phone hooked up since like 2020 when I stopped buying crypto. That's the only thing I got it for. And my cousin got me that, so we could buy crypto and all that stuff.
Right.
And that's all that I got it for, because you had to have it 6-digit security codes and all kinds of shit like that. So that's the reason why I got it. But like I said, I knew from the origins of this shit that it was going to be tracking people. But I don't want to get into that too much. I'm going to get it straight, Apostle. Don't worry. I'm going to get it straight by June, brother. We're going to get it straight by June. Because JJ wants me to debate. And I'm going to go ahead and step in the ring, I guess. But let's look up the term indentured. Let's look up the term indentured, Apostle. Indentured.
Okay. That's
Merriam-Webster.
D. Indentured. I come on. I-N-D.
E-N-T.
N-T.
U-R-E-D. U-R-E-D.
Okay. You want to know about indentured, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We're going to teach the people what indentured means.
Let's go in Merriam Dictionary. Bam. That's the big lie. But we want indentured.
Yes, sir.
Nah, I don't need to put it at the bottom. I need to put it up on top. There you go. We got that. Oh, man. I-N-S-I-D. Can't even see the board.
I-N-D-E-N-T.
Yeah, I got you. I'm just trying to find it on the keyboard.
Okay.
I can't see, man.
Okay. I appreciate you, though, Apostle.
Yeah,
You're taking the time, brother.
Okay, Merriam-Webster's indentured. Most trucks. Did he show up?
Well, if you just type in indentured, into Google, it'll give you the option, and Merriam-Webster will be one of them. But I have it right here. But I don't know if the people can hear me. That's the only reason why I want you to show it.
Let me see. Hold tight. Let me let you know whether they can hear you or not. I know they can hear you.
Yeah. Just take out the big I and type in indentured. That's all.
That's what I did. Indentured.
Oh, okay. Yes.
Yeah, they hear you. Just take out the big I and type in indentured. That's what I did.
Okay. Well, what it is, family.
No, I'm gonna put it in again. Don't do that. Let the people see it.
Okay. Okay, brother. I feel you, brother. You're right.
Yeah, let the people see it. I-N-D-U-R-E-D. Indentured. It's a servant, right? Okay. Now, I just said, I ain't say nothing. I'm going to show it. Let me show it. Did I say that? I just said, let's see. Definition. Sure. Okay, it's coming up. Just let me know if y'all can see it.
You're exactly right, though, Apostle. And we're going to get into that. This is very important for the people to understand today that we are no more than indentured servants, according to the definition.
Let me make it bigger.
And you'll see why here in a second when Apostle pulls it up for us.
Did it get bigger?
Hold on.
There you go.
Okay, Apostle. Now, could you read that definition right up under indenture?
Yeah, it says, indenture. Required by contract to work for another for a certain period of time. Composed mainly of indentured laborers. The first migrants community was established on Mauritius by Indian immigrants in 1834, the year in which slavery was abolished in British Empire. Indentured servant. See also.
Wait a minute. All you or whatever his name is there.
Right.
That was his comment. Required by contract to work for another for a certain period of time. What do we do when we fill out our work applications? The applications. What's that noise?
That's me fixing this mic.
All right. Apostle, tell the people that's what we do when we fill out our applications for work.
I'm sure they heard you, but that's what we do when we fill out an application for work and get hired. We become an indentured servant. That's what IBM just said.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
We usually refer to it as reporting to your slave.
Yeah. Now, do you see right there, Apostle, where it says synonyms of indentured?
Yeah.
Hit that. Let's see some of the synonyms. Words to define another word is what a synonym is, family.
Let me make it just a tad smaller so it can fit. Okay. I want it to fit on the screen. All right. You got interned, bound, confined, incarcerated, caught, subjugated, subdued, enslaved, imprisoned, arrested, trapped. Let me cut the sound off, man. Say something, IBM. Say something.
What's up?
Say something again.
You want me to take over the show while you do something, or what are you talking about?
I want to make sure I'm hearing you.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, I'm gonna make sure that send them the word. You're saying that through me. If they can't hear me, then I want to make sure that you let them know.
Yeah. I'm gonna fix it. Don't worry.
Okay, but don't go too far off of what you just read.
Oh yeah. No.
Imprison is one of them. Slave is one of them. See, all these are words that define indentured, brother.
Right.
And we're talking about slavery. And that was from, remember, this time period that we were talking about here was what, Apostle? 1606 to 1620.
Right.
That's before they brought the Africans over here, right?
Right.
1 year, 1620 was 1 year after they supposedly brought the Africans over here, right?
Right. Gotcha.
So guess who was the slave? Guess who was the slave and the imprisoned and the indentured at the time? They just told you they signed a 7-year contract and didn't get a day off.
Right.
To praise their Lord. Huh? That's indentured servitude.
Right.
And then the Catholic Church, through Father Bull's way earlier, they made it to where you can enslave Africans.
Right.
And then later on, that was 1452 when they did that. 1452. In 1493, after Columbus sailed the ocean blue in 1492, they said that it was legal to enslave the Native Americans.
Right.
Okay? But at the same time, these people over in England were indentured and slaves. Some of we are going to find out that some of the indentured workers that were brought here to America before slavery were saying that the slaves had better lives than them. We're going to hear that. We might hear that in the next video. But the reason why I'm saying this is because, like I said, it's not race and all that stuff is a made-up social construct by Johann Friedrich Blumenbach, Carl Linnaeus, taking, Pythagoras theories and tautology and all these different Plato and Platonism and all these things. Neo-Platonism. See, this is the age of enlightenment. When they're creating all this nonsense because they're going against the king and queen. Y'all heard them say that, right?
Yes,
sir.
So
they're setting up your democracy and your government. That is our nations, we're talking about what our nations, separated from the king, got their government, democracy, and all these things. So this is a dividing from the kings into an age of enlightenment where they're thinking, some wild wild theories and thoughts that they made up that were basically scientific racism, you know. So, like I said, slavery still exists today. We are all slaves. We are not just slaves, we are debt slaves. They make sure that we stay in debt.
Right.
Okay? They keep us indebted. 5% of the United States is 5% of the world's population, but we're 25% of the people in prison on this planet. You do the math. Okay? It's big money. And that also, these are businesses, corporations, companies, the Virginia Company, the West Indian Company, naming these lands after king and queens. Let's stop the madness. This is worldwide. It's not just here in America. This is worldwide. Okay? So we're talking about slavery worldwide. Indentured servitude. Just sign a contract to work for someone for a period of time. Required by contract. This is the definition again for y'all. Required by contract to work for another for a certain period of time. Okay? So wake up, y'all. I love y'all. So, and keep your head high and your grass low. Don't worry. I'm not worried about what you don't know, but take in what you learned and do your own research. All right, now let's go to the third one. Apostle, you ready, brother?
Yep, I'm ready.
How we going so far, Apostle?
We doing good, man. I think the audience is.
You think it's gonna bust them in the head like I usually do in this community, bust them in the head with the truth?
I think the audience is satisfied, man. More than satisfied.
Thank you. I appreciate all of y'all. Love y'all. And okay, here's the next one.
All right, go ahead.
See, this is one of the instances where your indentured servants, regardless of race, was fighting together. Now, they were fighting against the Indians because they were being forced out into the outskirts of the community, to where the Indians was, didn't like the colonization, so they were going against the people who came close to them, and these people were being forced into this position. Bacon's rebellion. They were the workers, and it was black workers, it was white workers, it was people, it was all different, races fighting together. It was against the Indians, so that's not good, not by far. But at the same time, this is one of your first instances of where we as Americans were fighting together, and then here comes your big lie, like I showed you at the beginning of the video, the big lie. Okay, so it's called Jamestown.
I'm writing.
The minus sign.
The minus sign. Okay.
Yeah, like
right. Repeat the word again.
Jamestown.
/ okay. Minus sign.
Bacon's.
Bacon.
Like bacon, like regular bacon.
Okay.
With
BOCON. Bacon. You say with an S on the end?
Yes, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Rebellion.
Yeah.
And
your provider will be Khan Academy. And it's a 12-minute video. That was the longest video, the last one. I'm sorry. That was 26 minutes, y'all, but I had to show y'all that. So in that way, like I said, this is a study guide. You can go back and reference from this on any talking point when it comes to setting up the colonization of the United States and how the origins of it.
Spell the academy.
Racism, okay.
Spell the academy again. Spell the word to academy.
Oh,
AZA. DEMY. How you pronounce that?
Academy.
No.
And spelled
A-N. Okay, so
A-N, Khan Academy.
Academy. You said A-Z-A.
No, Khan Academy.
That's what I'm saying. Spell Academy. How you spelling it?
A-C-A-D-E-M-Y. D-E-M-Y.
Academy. Oh, okay. Got you. Let me go on in here.
You probably having problems hearing me.
Yeah.
But it's a 12-minute and 19-second video, brother. 12 minutes and 19 seconds.
Okay, hold on. Let me pull this up.
You got too many people out here just, going off of made up stuff and making up their own origins of the world and the United States and everything else. And they're telling you, these people were in their companies and all of this, and they were giving patents at the time for land in the United States.
Bacon /dad.
Jamestown / Bacon's Rebellion. That's it.
Yeah, okay. I'm getting it.
What do you think about that indentured, Apostle?
Oh, man. That was powerful, bro. People just need to know about indentured servitude.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Rebellion. Okay. Man, it takes me so long to type this stuff, man, because I can't see.
Like I said, we still appreciate you, brother, for taking the time. I only got 2 more left, and then we'll get into, if anybody wants to come up and read, I have some different terms here on the origins of atheism, the origins of craniometry, the origins of the terms that were used for the Native Americans here.
Khan Academy, Jamestown, Bacon, Rebellion. We got it on deck.
Okay.
Let me bring it here.
All right.
It's 2 videos, man. Which one you want?
It's the 12-minute and 19-second video.
Okay, I'm going to have to load it up and see.
And it's Khan Academy. It says Khan Academy, right, bro? Yeah. The ones who's...
Yeah, okay. The one you want.
Yeah.
Okay. Let me go back here. Let me pull it up. James Bacon, Khan Academy.
In fact, the vast majority talking about the system of labor in the Chesapeake area surrounding the Chesapeake Bay in the early English colonies in America. And one thing that seemed a little bit strange there was that even though the first ship with enslaved Africans arrived in Virginia in 1619, slavery wasn't actually the dominant form of labor in Virginia until much later in the late 1600s. In fact, the vast majority of laborers in Virginia were, in fact, white indentured servants. And these indentured servants would come from England, and the planter that they proposed to work for would pay their passage across the Atlantic And in exchange, the servant would agree to work for that planter for a period of 3 to 7 years. And this is an example of what one of these indentures might have looked like. It's in old-timey writing, so it's a little hard to see, but here you can see that there's 3 years is the amount of time that this person promises. And this is from Pennsylvania. It kind of gives you a good sense of how someone would say, all right, I'm going to work for this person for this long in exchange for my passage. And it's a contract. And this was a pretty good deal for planters, because for every person that they brought over from England, they got another 50 acres of land, meaning that if you had the money to bring over quite a few servants, you could expand your land holdings very fast. And the other good thing about this, at least in terms of the planters, was that these indentured servants had a pretty high rate of death. It was not healthy to live in this swampy area of Virginia. So quite frequently, planters didn't actually have to make good on their promise to set these indentured servants up with some land of their own, some tools to work it, because they didn't survive through their indenture. So if this system of indentured servitude and the headright system that gave planters more land for bringing over more servants was working out so well for them, why did African slavery become the dominant form of labor in Virginia starting about 1700? Now, when we think about tobacco cultivation and later cotton cultivation in the American South before the Civil War, what we think of is enslaved African laborers. And indeed, by the year 1700, about 15% of the population living in Virginia was enslaved Africans, going from just a handful at the beginning of the century. So what caused this incredible transition in not only labor, but also racism to happen in early America? Well, there's one major event that historians tend to point to as a turning point in American slavery, and that is the rebellion led by Nathaniel Bacon in 1676. So let's talk a little bit more about that. So to understand Bacon's rebellion, we have to backtrack a little bit and talk about the development of political power and tobacco in Virginia. So in 1619, the Virginia Company established the first government in Virginia. It was called the House of Burgesses. And this is really important because it is, in effect, the first, at least semi-democratic form of government in the New World. I mean, in a way, it's kind of like a parliament that was set up for Virginia so that they could debate local issues. And it's going to be the House of Burgesses and its later Virginia House of Delegates that ends up leading the charge for the American Revolution more than a century later than this. But as we think about the way that political power was distributed in Virginia, you can guess who might have a lot of say in the House of Burgesses, and these are the tobacco planters. So the government of Virginia, although it is a democracy of these landowning men, is still got most of the power at the very top. Because as we talked about in the last video, the power system in Virginia looked like a handful of planters at the top, a very small number of free white farmers who had their own land, but nothing like the gigantic tracts of tobacco plantations that the planters had. Then a whole lot of white indentured servants who have very little political power, since they are at basically the mercy of the planters. And then just a tiny handful of Black slaves. And in this time period, you know, white indentured servants and Black slaves, Black free people, also a tiny number, didn't have that much difference when it came to political rights. In fact, white indentured servants frequently complained that they felt that slaves were treated better than them, which may have been the case because they were worth more. Remember, they were worth hundreds of pounds, whereas white indentured servants cost just a couple of pounds to come over, frequently died, so they were less of an investment than slaves. The other important factor here is just what it takes to grow tobacco. Tobacco is a labor-intensive crop, we know, but it's also kind of a crop that is extremely hard on the soil. It depletes the soil fast, which means that there is a constant need for new soil. And when you're coming from the coast, here's our Atlantic Ocean over here, this is Virginia, and our Jamestown colony along the river James, more and more planters as they come over. Remember, we have this headright system. We have a system that says that if indentured servants finish out the terms of their indenture, they get land of their own. It means there is constant pressure to add more and more land so you can farm more and more tobacco. You start going farther and farther into the interior. So what does this mean? It means that land becomes relatively scarce pretty fast. And it also means that as white settlers continue to move west toward the Appalachian Mountains, which are over here, I hope you enjoy this beautiful map, certainly a work of art, they are running up against more and more anger and conflict with Native Americans who are living in between the coast and the Appalachian Mountains. And now it's definitely in the interest of the House of Burgesses, the government here at Jamestown, to make sure that there's as little conflict with Native Americans as possible. Remember, we had these wars of extinction with the Powhatans. That wasn't a fun time for anyone. And so the House of Burgesses, which is now somewhat responsible to the King of England, since he acquired it from the Virginia Company as a royal colony in 1624, they have a relatively friendly attitude toward the Native Americans. They're hoping to avoid conflict. And so their Governor William Barclay, spelled Berkeley, but pronounced Barclay. I don't know why. He refuses to take on another war of extinction against the Native Americans, which makes a lot of white servants and white freemen pretty angry. It's the late 1600s now, and more of these indentured servants are living to finish out their terms of indenture. They've now built up some immunity to these diseases that have killed so many other people in Virginia, and they're finding it really hard to make a living because the planters don't want to give quite so many rights, quite so many perks to people who live out their indentures. Remember, this was a good deal for planters when these white servants never actually survived to make good on the promises of land. And now that they are, planters don't want to extend them things like a promise of land because land is already scarce. So when servants are finishing up their indentures, they're finding it difficult to make a living. They often have to continue to work for the planter they had been indentured to for very small wages. They don't have land of their own. They can't get started. And this is a world composed almost entirely of men, so they can't even find women to marry. And I think if there's anything we've learned from US history, it's that you never want a whole lot of unemployed, angry young men hanging about, because young men with a lot of time on their hands get up to trouble. And one young man in particular was this fellow here, Nathaniel Bacon, who was incensed at Governor Barclay's refusal to take a harsher stance against the Native Americans on the West, where all of these white farmers wished that they could settle. And so he gets up a militia full of young white men and also African American men to actually go after the Native Americans. So this is a biracial raid force for Native Americans, and they raid Native American villages and kill many Native Americans living in the area, and Governor Barclay wants them to stop.
Excuse me. Does he look a little biracial to you? Huh? I mean, does he look a little? Does he look a little swarthy?
Hey, Apostle, you hit the nail right on the head, brother. Look, that's the thing with them over there. They got them ancestry, you know.
Yeah.
Especially around the Mediterranean.
Especially
around the Mediterranean. Hold on, that's why the Mediterranean people didn't get classified as white in America until the 1960s, brother.
Right.
That includes Italian, Greek.
Like she said this name.
French.
She said this name is spelled Berkeley, but it's pronounced Barkley. It's spelled Berkeley. Now, Barkley is Bar Kelly, son of Kelly.
Okay.
That's Barkley, son of Kelly.
Yeah.
That's just some food of thought. Just to give you, I don't know what the governor looked like, but this dude here is suspect. He got something got up in the sauce with mama or somebody. Yeah. Let me go.
That's the thing. They all had, they all had that, mixture, and that's why the separation comes later. See, this is 1600s. You know, the separation starts in the late 17, in the early 1800s. You know, with Linnaeus and Blumenbach, brother. But this is showing you the divide from the church and how their freedom of religion and all that shit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And we didn't see how wicked it was. We didn't see how wicked all these things was, but we do today now. You understand? But see, we're seeing the origins of all of this. That's why we're going through this, and we're about to go through this rebellion and show you how we got, influenced once again by theories and propaganda and the big lie, basically. You see?
All right.
And instead of stopping, they marched to Jamestown, the capital of Virginia, and set it on fire. So this is a group of landless white men, landless African-American men who have rebelled against the government of Virginia. Oh, these are my flames, the House of Burgesses. They run Berkeley out of town, and it's hard to know where this would have ended because Nathaniel Bacon himself died, and he died of illness. Like many other Virginians in this time period. So the rebellion kind of petered out without his leadership. But clearly this was a really scary moment for the House of Burgesses and for the leaders and planters in Virginia. And they started to think, all right, well, maybe this indentured servitude thing isn't working out so well, because once these indentures are up, we've got this whole set of landless free whites who technically have the rights of Englishmen, but we have little work for them, we have little land for them, and it's going to end up with constant rebellion. So maybe we should think about a different source of labor, one that will never get its freedom. And it just so happened that there were many such laborers for sale on the coast of West Africa. And we'll talk more about that in the next video.
Now, one of the next videos, that one that I pointed out.
This is a chart showing estimated population around the year 1750 in the British colonies in the New World. I've arranged this more or less from north to south.
Is this another video?
This is the second or part 2 to that slavery.
Oh, okay. No, I just wanted to throw on that. Talk. It's the entrance of Bacon's Rebellion, basically. I wanted to introduce them to the rebellion and how it got started, and then we're gonna go to another video by brother, who does a great job. Also, it's part 2. This is a part 2 of his video. All right, so you ready for the title?
Yeah. Okay, let me put it up here. I'm not gonna write it down. I'm just gonna do it one time.
Type in YouTube.
Yeah, right
Type
on
in
YouTube.
YouTube.
You're right. Go ahead. What is it?
All right. The colonial roots
Okay, roots.
Yes, the colonial roots of racism, part 2. Of racism, part 2.
Boy. Colonial racism, part 2.
The colonial roots of racism.
The colonial roots of, okay, colonial roots of racism, part 2. Got it on deck.
Bacon. Hold on. Rebellion and your provider is African Elements with Professor Darius.
Bacon, rebellion, and intervention of whiteness, African elements with Professor Darius.
Yes, 11 minutes and 36 seconds. Yes, sir.
11 minutes and 36 seconds. I don't know about that. This says 30 seconds.
Oh no. It's maybe you need to put the half moons around part 2 and then
the what?
dot over top of the dot.
Oh, okay. I see what you're
half
saying.
moons with
Yeah, I see it.
around the part
I see it. Yeah.
2. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry for the inconvenience, family. I'm down the store and I can't get my tech to work right.
Okay.
But we're gonna get it together though.
Roots of racism.
This is just stuff y'all can revert back to. Y'all can go back to and use it if you in debate or anything on these.
Okay, now you sure this ain't it, man? Part 2, Bacon's Rebellion. Let me see something. I'm gonna let you look at it. I'm gonna let you look at it, and you tell me if this is it or not. 11 minutes and 36 seconds. Got you. This is it. All right. So let me come back to you so I can load it up. All right.
Alrighty.
Colonial roots. There we go. Let's start it.
Welcome back to African Elements. If you're new to this channel, we create Africana Studies content for the classroom and bring it to you where you're at. Be sure to stick around to the end for our question of the day so that you can add your insights. In the last episode, we looked at the colonial roots of racism. In the early evolution of colonization, the expanding empire built its wealth off the backs of ethnic Europeans and various other groups, including Africans. The tendency of oppressed and colonized people to band together motivated the colonial powers, in this case England, to enact laws that were intended to draw differences between the groups and create stratification. Still, even though it's difficult to imagine now, in the early 1600s, race and racism wasn't yet firmly entrenched. In his book, Stamped from the Beginning, The Definitive History of Racist Ideas in America, Ibram X. Kendi notes that the word race, as applied to human beings, doesn't appear in any dictionary until 1606. In an uncanny coincidence, the first permanent English colony in the Americas was established at Jamestown in 1607. Even though the concept of race was still in its infancy, the connection between colonization and racial oppression was established from the outset. In 1589, one of the chief promoters of English colonization of the Americas, Richard Hakluyt, published a collection of nearly all available documents describing British overseas ventures. In it, Hakluyt urged explorers, traders, and missionaries to fulfill their superior destiny to civilize, Christianize, capitalize, and command the world. Hakluyt set the framework for the early history of the British North American colonies, whereby European ethnic immigrants, Native American and women, as well as Africans, occupied a social caste that defined them as colonial subjects to be ruled over, and whose value lay solely in their capacity to generate capital. As we've seen, the Irish were often forced migrants into the early American colonies, but even those who came willingly began to make up a discontented class of poor whites, often referred to as the giddy multitude. The giddy multitude resented their status as mere economic units to be exploited for capital gain, and had a strong sense that they had been duped into coming to the Americas. Those who survived their term of indenture were typically given land far out in the colonial frontier, where they confronted hostile Native Americans who didn't take kindly to intruders. For the colonial elite, those undesirables were simply out of sight and out of mind. They weren't concerned with the harsh and hostile climate into which the poor had been cast out, and they expended little thought or effort into offering the frontier folk any sort of protection as colonial subjects. Consequently, the giddy multitude was becoming an increasingly unruling group of poor whites and blacks who began to pose a real threat to the colonial elite. As European ethnic immigrants and African captives increasingly banded together to resist exploitation, acts of interethnic solidarity prompted the colonial elite to enact laws to drive a wedge between the communities. Virginia's first legal decision to acknowledge race came in 1630, when a white colonist was sentenced to be whipped for defiling his body and lying with a Negro. As Ibram X. Kendi notes, in addition to being the first decision to acknowledge race in the colonies, it was the first recorded instance of gender racism in America. That initial step in designating blacks with a separate and distinct legal status eventually paved the way for race-based slavery. But we're not quite there yet. Along the way, laws were enacted that punished black and white runaways differently and imposed special penalties for whites who ran away in the company of blacks. In yet another step, the colonial ethos of civilizing and Christianizing its colonial subjects brought with it a contradiction that also had to be addressed from a legal standpoint. If civilizing their subjects meant Christianizing them, wouldn't Christianizing Africans make them ineligible for slave status? Could Christians enslave other Christians?
Carol?
To address that dilemma, Virginia decreed in a 1667 law that conversion to Christianity doesn't alter one's status of bondage. Since African arrival in 1619, the laws that separated black and white were gradually enacted in such a way as to make the words white, Christian, and free practically synonymous, while blackness became synonymous with slave status. But there was one event that accelerated that trend. Poor folks on the frontier had a rough go of it. Not only were they excluded from the best land near the coast, but their presence on the frontier forced them into conflict with the indigenous population.
The future of your business is here. With Wix, you get advanced AI capabilities.
In 1676, Nathaniel Bacon approached the British-appointed governor of Virginia, Lord William Berkeley, and requested an army commission so that he and the frontier folk could deal with the Native American problem themselves. Fresh off of a costly war with Metacom, who led an indigenous resistance against English settlement into Algonquin land, Lord Berkeley was reluctant to be drawn into another conflict with the Native Americans. He was also understandably reticent about arming a group of unruly whites and blacks on the Virginia frontier. Instead of sending help, Lord Berkeley resolved to fortify a chain of forts protecting the colonial elite in Jamestown, a solution that provided little comfort to those out on the frontier. So the frontiersmen, black and white, rallied behind Bacon. When Nathaniel Bacon boldly proclaimed liberty to all servants and Negroes, Berkeley declared Bacon a rebel, and Bacon's rebellion was on. The rebels marched on to Jamestown, captured it, pillaged the estates of the pro-Berkeley elite, and burned Jamestown to the ground. By the time an English force arrived to crush the revolt, Bacon himself had died of dysentery, and his army of indentured and former servants, along with runaway slaves, was already falling apart. Bacon's rebellion led to tighter British control of the colony. It may have also hastened the movement toward a labor system based on black slavery. Some historians argue that the Virginia planters, fearing another insurrection by former white servants, affixed their gaze more exclusively to Africa for laborers and sought to divide blacks and whites by creating an artificial color line. This is the moment when race and racism radically altered the system of forced labor that had been practiced by human civilization for thousands of years by injecting race into the equation. Did Bacon's rebellion hasten the establishment of a racialized labor system based on black labor? Let's review the evidence. It's clear that the colonial elite were deeply concerned about the potential for blacks and poor whites to join forces. While the trend towards making slave status exclusive to blacks began before Bacon's rebellion, there does seem to be a clustering of those efforts in the 1660s through the early 1700s. That trend can be seen even in the rebellion itself. In 1680, Virginia legislators pardoned only the white rebels. Additionally, African Americans caught in the commission of a crime were committed to slavery for life, while indentured servants simply had years added to their term. Slave status became based on the status of the mother, an odd development in a patrilineal society, but it also marks a turn towards perpetual slavery in which slavery is passed down from generation to generation. By 1691, there were also laws against abominable mixture or miscegenation. At the same time, while slave status was based on the status of the mother, there was an actual economic incentive for white slave owners to rape black slave women. A dirty little secret about slavery that was a common experience for black women. In 1705, the Virginia legislature also denied blacks the ability to hold office. Simultaneously, we see a deliberate effort to emphasize a color line between blacks and poor whites, elevating the stats of poor whites just enough to keep the giddy multitude at bay and create an artificial incentive for poor whites to protect status, which was only slightly better than that of black slave. As Ibram X. Kendi also notes, Virginia lawmakers made slave patrols compulsory for non-slave holding whites. Those groups of white citizens were charged with policing slaves, enforcing discipline, and guarding the routes of escape. Step by step, the words English, Christian, white, and free became nearly synonymous in the minds of white colonizers. It also became synonymous in the minds of poor whites, even in the face of their own oppression. As poor whites cast their lot with the colonial elite, let's not forget that in many places until the 1830s, property qualifications excluded many poor whites from voting. By 1860, only about a quarter of Southern families owned slaves. Yet during the Civil War, a war openly premised on protecting and extending slavery, the Confederacy instituted a policy that exempted anyone who owned 20 or more slaves from service in the military. So it was largely the non-slaveholding class that were left to go off to war, fight, and die to protect the elite status of the slaveholding class. The sheer stupidity is mind-boggling. As the colonies and later the United States went down a path of increased dependence on black slave labor, the diabolical ingenuity of racism was that it proved an effective way to oppress blacks and dupe poor whites into becoming active and willing agents of their own oppression. What are your thoughts? Since it seems that racism was initially prompted to serve a colonial purpose, do you see any of those colonial frameworks in place today? How might those frameworks be dismantled? This is a question that can only be addressed through collective dialogue, so I greatly appreciate your insights in the comments below. I'm Professor Darius Spearman. Thank you for watching African Elements, where we're working to develop Africana Studies content for the masses. Again, I'd like to give a huge shout out to my Patreon subscribers for supporting this work. If you'd like to join them, you can check out my Patreon page in the link below. Otherwise, a like and subscribe would also be appreciated. Until next time, I'll see you in the comments.
Okay.
Thank you for watching African Elements. In this episode...
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All right.
Now, do you see how it was utilized?
All day.
And to divide the big lie?
Yeah.
See? And we got to go back to gender racism, right?
Right.
They were saying gender racism. You hear me?
Yeah. Listen. Go ahead. I'm listening.
Oh, okay. Yeah, gender racism, right? Well, I've been teaching for years, Apostle. I'm about to go into it. You'll remember it when I say it. But gender racism, they were saying that you weren't supposed to be mixing and all that shit, right?
Right.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cuss. Yeah. But let's look up part 2 sequitur ventrum, Apostle.
Part 2. Now you're going to have to spell that.
I knew I was gonna get you with that one, but you'll remember once we get to get to it. You can wiki it. It doesn't matter. You know what I'm saying?
No, I got part 2. So what's that word? And spell it.
P-A-R-T-U-S.
No, I got that. I got P-U-S.
Oh, S-E-Q-I-T-O-R. S-E-Q-U-I-T-O-R.
Okay.
Ventrum. V-E-N-T-R-E-M.
T-R-E-M. Trim.
V.
Yeah, E-N.
Ventrum.
I got it.
Okay.
All right, so let me go back to YouTube. Here, on the channel page. Here. And this would be part 2.
Sequitur ventrum. I don't want to spoil it for y'all, so I don't, but this is you're dealing with, double-minded men at this time. They're double-minded in their ways and in their actions. And we're going to show you here, because this needs to be talked about too, because it's still going on today.
Yes.
And
we get it. Q-R-I. Q-U. No, it's not R. Okay. It's I. Okay.
Okay.
Tor.
You got it though?
It's coming. I got a P there.
Oh, okay.
It's coming. Just give me a minute.
You go ahead and use the bathroom, brother.
No, T-O-R. Ventrum. V. E.
E-N.
N. T-R.
T-R-E-M.
E-M.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Part 2, sequitur ventrum. Is that the whole title?
Yeah. Just
Part
Google
2.
it, yeah.
development, slavery. Okay, I don't, parted, secretary. Okay, I'm not seeing this one. Let me see. Part 2, Sequitur Ventrum. What I'm saying, I'm not seeing it.
It's Partus, right?
Yeah,
Partus.
TWO. TWO, right?
No. PAR, like part, PARTUS.
U R.
Yes, like umbrella.
Oh, okay.
Partus.
I've seen that. Okay, that I saw. I'm looking for part 2, Partus.
Okay. I might have spelled it wrong too, you know what I'm saying? You got it now?
Yeah, as soon as I see it, I saw it before, so I got Partus, but it don't say, okay, here it is right here. It's a young lady, right? Tiffany, 89?
Are you on YouTube?
Yeah. Partus
No.
Ventrum.
You know, you need to go to Google, Apostle, like you went to indentured. You need to go to Google for
So
Partus.
we're not looking for a video.
No, this is not a video. This is a phrase. This is a term.
Okay, so we go into a dictionary.
Yes.
Okay, copy. Okay, here. Paste. Okay, you just want to know what it is.
I want y'all to know what it is. I know what it is.
Okay.
And if we may, we can get a reader up for this one if y'all want. I'll let you come up if you wouldn't mind. Hit the link and come up and read because
I'm not going to be able to. I'm not going to be able to see him.
It's possible.
I'm not going to be able to see him while I'm sharing the screen. If someone tries to come up, I'm not going to be able to pull him up because I can't see him.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Right.
Now I'm sharing my screen, and it's up there. Beginning in Virginia Royal Colony in 1662, colonial governments incorporated the legal doctrine of partus figura, whatever that word is, into the laws of slavery, ruling that the children born in the colonies took the place or the status of their mothers. Therefore, children of enslaved mothers were born into slavery as chattel. In other words, the daddy didn't have no rights.
Well, I mean, no. In other words, daddy could enslave his own kids with the slave. Because they were still going by the right of the father, like the biblical passage says. But they changed our right to the rights of the mother.
Right.
Making sure that anything that came out of that mother would be a slave. And now our kids are slaves to the state because the mother still has the right.
Right.
Comprende? Now do y'all see where I'm going with this?
Yeah.
To this day, just like Wilder said. Alright? So just like I said, they're going by the biblical right of the father still in their story. But they changed our story to by law. These are by decrees and laws. This is not some flim flam. This is decrees and laws being placed. Okay? That's the history. This is how we get to this point. This is how we get to where we are right now. And this was suppressed under the big lie through propaganda or, programming through propaganda. All right? The big lie. It says propaganda tactics. Look it up again. Go back to the beginning and look up the definition of big lie. I got it right here for you. I'll do it again. I'll do it for y'all again. I'm gonna be nice because I do read moves fast. I'm sorry. Big lie definition. Merriam-Webster, a deliberate gross distortion of the truth, used especially as a propaganda tactic. Okay? The propaganda tactic. The big lie. Big lie. Merriam-Webster. Look it up. I just gave you the definition again. All right? All right, Apostle, so I'm ready for the next one.
Okay.
And do you see where I'm getting now? Do you see how these things need talked about?
Oh, yeah.
When we're going over history? And how all of us have been forced to fight amongst each other and amongst ourselves. And everything started off on the coast, right? Those maps showed you everything started off on the coast. The east coast of America and Canada, which all was America at one time, right?
Right.
Okay. So you're seeing the expansion of the working class people pushed into Indian territory, which I think America went through six different movements. It moved back and then it moved to the middle to Mississippi and all that, and then it moved back again. It was over there in Washington and those northern countries in the West, and then all the way with the Louisiana Purchase, with Napoleon and them. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
See what I'm saying?
Right.
So they kept moving back, and they're being forced into the territory because they're poor and they get no type of policing or security. No promises of help or nothing. So they rebelled. But then they started making laws like this. Okay? So we got to know our history and understand how we got to the place where we are right now as we arguing amongst ourselves. The effect of what this is doing to each of us, and not the cause. The root. From the origin. The root. Okay? All right, so my last video, Apostle,
okay,
is why America is black versus white. And then in the half moons, Bacon's Rebellion.
Why America is
black VS
versus white.
What? Yeah.
Yeah, I think I saw
then
that.
And in the half moons is Bacon's Rebellion, and it's a 16-minute and 55-second video. And then we'll get to the words that were going around in those times also. Because we have later on, we have Thomas Jefferson writing his Bible. We have the Owaski Bible coming along. We have different ways of thinking and doing, this age of enlightenment, so-called, where deism and atheism was coming into play. And deism is, a belief in God, but it exempts all the miracles and things like that that were written. So they're changing, the ways of the Bible and all that because they, like I said, you create the printing press to still to put patents, like they were giving out patents for land, to put patents on our creations because we didn't have no right to just take them and do whatever the hell you want. So.
Okay, Bacon's Rebellion. Oh, I know this sister. She's nice, man. Yeah, she's nice. Okay. Bacon's Rebellion. Why America is Black versus White? Bacon's Rebellion?
Yes.
Okay.
1655.
All right.
This is the time on
set it up.
Yes, sir.
Let me stop it there. Bring it here. All right, y'all. Here it come. I hope y'all been chewing up this information because he's been giving it to you. Somebody asked you a question, wanted to know
fitness event in Jacksonville, Florida, to give hundreds of people the chance to try our latest customizable cold tap, the Cold Stoic 2.0.
For that date, everything after that date, and we can look at the work to separate you and me by color is on purpose. It was strategic. And it had a starting point because the true division is really not about color. It is about money and power. You might have these moments in life. I know I definitely have where I'm like, I look at this date and I'm like, after this date, things totally changed. It was everything before that date, everything after that date. And we can look at Bacon's Rebellion that way. I am Danielle Romero. Thank you so much for being with me here on my channel where we talk about American history and family stories. I think this might be one of the most important videos I have ever sat down to do, which is kind of scary.
I'm gonna check on my dog, man, while this
video.
Okay.
But perfect is the enemy of good. At least I think that's how it goes. It's okay if something is not 100% before it goes out because nothing is really going to ever be 100%. I'm sure I'll make some mistakes in this video, leave some stuff out. Feel free to jump in, correct me, have a conversation. I always welcome that. And if you would like an ad-free experience off of YouTube, please join me over at my Patreon. It's a great community. I post things ahead of time. There's no ads on any videos. I post some behind the scenes stuff. If you'd like to connect, that's a great way to do it. We're going to talk today about why you use the term Black people and white people. Now, this in particular is the most relevant to Americans, but I think it is relevant to everybody. Now, I'm not here to tell anyone how they should identify. Lord knows that I have been through a long journey of understanding what identity looks like here in the United States when we're talking about ethnic identity, color identity, racial identity, all of that. I'm not here to tell you how to identify. I'm not here to tell you what words to use, but it is very important that when we use the terms Black and white to understand where it came from. Now, before we get into the history of this is not to imply that there are no current issues regarding color or race or ethnicity, and that if we could just talk about this history, it would all go away. But it does highlight that at the nation's outset, before America became America, division was strategically implemented to prevent unity among the population. We must understand that when we use these terms right now, to create conflict and division and discord, you are using the terms exactly how they were intended to be used. They were meant to bring division. It was meant to bring discord. Why? Bacon's Rebellion and the laws that etched Black and white into our nation's psyche. These were tools of the rich elite to sow discord among us. Why do you think we aren't allowed to talk about this? Why do you think my channel has been flagged from here to high heaven multiple times on YouTube? It's because people have been profiting from this division for a long, long time. This was the formal legal creation of Black and white, which were born from the embers of Bacon's Rebellion. 1676, a dispute over land and authority sparked a conflict in the Virginia colony, leading to an insurrection that we now call Bacon's Rebellion. But beneath the surface of this power struggle lay the seeds of a far-reaching transformation about how society would come to see and segregate herself. So imagine standing on the shores of Virginia, your eyes looking along the open East Coast. It's not just any land. This is some of the best land. It's the cream of the crop. And most of it has already been snapped up by some of the big aristocrats of the day. And these lands had seen a lot of growth, a lot of prosperity. There's a lot of money there, thanks in part to the Peace of Pocahontas, partly through the aftermath of the Second Powhatan War. The aristocrats had a really cushy, nice territory for themselves carved out. And sometimes they would sell bits of their territory to newcomers who were coming in, who were also considered elite. So into this scene steps a newcomer, William Berkeley. He is a man fresh from the court of Charles I in England. He was knighted for his work and his loyalty. He was also a man with a lot of connections. He was appointed as the governor of Virginia in the Virginia colonies in 1641, where he very quickly set up shop with his own plantation near Jamestown, fitting right in with the elite. But Berkeley wasn't just about planting crops. He led a decisive attack against the Powhatan Nation, bringing an end to the Third Powhatan War. Now, the peace treaty, basically, it granted him and his buddies a lucrative monopoly on the deerskin and fur trade. Nathaniel Bacon steps in. He wants to keep pushing out into the indigenous land. There's more land. You have these aristocrats who basically have all the good land, and Nathaniel Bacon is well off, but he's not as well off as these guys. And he's thinking, if I could just push out west a little bit, we could have a plantation for ourselves. We could have land. He kind of riles up the lower class of people, and this lower class were considered lower class, not based on skin color, because this was a mix of people who would later be considered white and black, but it was, again, based on class in the truest sense of the word. And he wants to push out into these territories. Governor Berkeley says, no. Like, we're not going to do that. I want to maintain the trade with the Native Americans. And we might look at Governor Berkeley and say, he's a good guy. He is protecting indigenous people. He doesn't want to push into their land. But that's not really the case. This is a self.
Most people have no clue that in 2023, the best way to make money on Amazon is not with physical products. It's Amazon's other company, Audible. Audible pays me $8,000 to $10,000 every single month in passive income, and I'm not the only one. People like Katrina and Carla, Elena, Renee, all making thousands of dollars a month in passive income using the same system.
Just this past month, I reached $8,000 in revenue, and I'm on track to reach $10,000 in revenue this month.
I've been able to go from 0 to 22K in 7 months. And of course, this completely changed my life.
I do this on a part-time basis, about 5 to 10 hours a week. I earn about $40,000 a year. There's no other job that pays with that little time.
The best part is it's literally a done-for-you system. You're not buying any merchandise, you're not storing any merchandise, you're not shipping any merchandise, and you need zero tech skills to get started in making thousands of dollars a month in passive income from Audible. Now, I wish I could say I'm the genius who discovered this method, but I'm not. I learned everything from the Mickelson twins. I took their free training, the same free training that's linked below, turned around and made my first $100 in 7 days. And you could be next. All you need to do is click the link and I'll take you to a free workshop where you'll learn the same done for you 4-step process that we are using to make thousands of dollars every month in passive income. The reason people are having such amazing results so fast is because hardly anyone knows about this. Look, you could ignore this just because it's an ad, or you can click the link.
Serving move. It's a self-righteous move because he could say, well, I don't want to push into that territory. We're not going to give you military protection and power to do that because I want to keep these treaties that I've got going. He's got all these deals happening for him and his friends on the side. Well, Nathaniel Bacon wants a piece of the pie. And this is how it always goes, because the true division is really not about color. It is about money and power. Nathaniel Bacon was described as charismatic and courageous, and he was supposed to represent the disenfranchised. And he rallied support for his cause against the colonial government and its refusal to support westward expansion. And so in defiance, Bacon and a group of colonists launched attacks against the Native American communities in 1676, leading Berkeley to label him a traitor. So this conflict escalates until Bacon takes control of Jamestown. And so Nathaniel Bacon ends up burning Jamestown with his militia, with his group. He ends up getting like a fever or dysentery or something, and he dies just a couple weeks later, and the revolt is squashed. But now the Virginia elite are realizing something. They're realizing that this class of people who they had written off as just worthless were actually able to band together and be heard and be people of action. And this terrified the elite. They were so scared of this happening again that they realized they had to create a way to divide these people even further. So now you have the class distinction, and now we're going to divide by color. Here, in the wake of this conflict, colonial leaders began to draw lines that had not existed before. Ability to vote and partake in any kind of governance, to have a say in what's going on, was tied to land ownership. So this further marginalized who was able to participate. If you were poor or you didn't have land for whatever reason, you didn't get a say in what was going on. The rebellion stands out for its unprecedented coalition of Black and white indentured servants and slaves, along with African slaves, who were all united in opposition to colonial authority. Often we want to say, well, who is the good guy in this and who is the bad guy? And really, that's not always how life works. In response to the perceived threat of a unified front of indentured servants and slaves, colonial authorities began to implement laws that formalized racial distinctions. So here, this is where history gets really tough and it gets really nuanced. And it's hard to grapple with, because on one hand, I would look at this and say, well, Bacon was totally wrong. Like, we shouldn't, the way he wants to treat the indigenous people here, we totally disagree with. So on one hand, we can agree with that. But on the other hand, he was able to round up this militia, not based on color, but by class. And you have all of these people who are feeling disenfranchised and not heard. It's really hard to break this into, well, who are the good guys and who are the bad guys? After they crushed this revolt, it marked the beginning of legally enforced racial segregation and slavery. So following Bacon's Rebellion in 1676, everything shifted. Everything changed. Sometimes you might have these moments in life, I know I definitely have, where I'm like, I look at this date and I'm like, after this date, things totally changed. It was everything before that date, everything after that date. And we can look at Bacon's Rebellion that way. The aftermath of the uprising saw a significant transformation on how the colony's laws addressed race and servitude. So we need to get back to that servitude part, underscoring a deliberate move towards the codification of color and racial distinctions in a legal framework.
You want to know the key to fixing and flipping? Don't fix and flip. Instead, be the one person guaranteed to make.
This would eventually evolve into the institution of slavery in America. In the years immediately following the rebellion, Virginia's legislature began to enact a series of regulations known as the Black Codes. These laws curtailed the freedoms of Africans and their descendants, starkly delineating rights and privileges based on racial lines. And by 1680, only 4 years after Bacon's Rebellion, a pivotal law was passed prohibiting what was now called blacks, both free and enslaved, from bearing arms. So this is not just an issue of we are even further separating those who are indentured servants or those who are considered a slave. We are saying if you are considered Black, you cannot have a gun. You cannot protect yourself. And this has nothing to do with class anymore. Now it has to do with color, because they weren't able to separate this based on class. It wasn't working. This legislation also forbade the assembly of large groups of Blacks, as they put it, a clear attempt to thwart any potential for collective action or rebellion. Furthermore, it mandated severe punishment for slaves who dared to assault Christians or attempt escape. And so now the hierarchy is changing. It's going from a class system, are you a landowner or are you not, to a color system. Now, as these laws proliferated, Virginia declared in 1682 that all imported Black servants would be enslaved for life. This is a 180 on what was happening before. So before, you were considered, for the most part, an indentured servant, and there was, at least in theory, the possibility of freedom. And we won't get into all of that in this video, but I would like to touch on that. But this period also saw New York, who was following Virginia's lead, making it illegal for enslaved people to sell goods in 1684. So further restricting the economy of those people who are called Black. the introduction of these black codes and the subsequent slave laws, and I'm going to say slave laws because that's what they were called at the time, represented a seismic shift towards a society that was now organized starkly along color and racial lines. These laws were reflective of the colonial authorities' fears of a united front among people who were disenfranchised. And it laid the foundation for that system of chattel slavery, which we're coming back to that now. So before, depending on the circumstances you were born into or whether or not you were considered an indentured servant, there was this possibility of freedom. Not anymore. Now, you were deemed, your status was set for life based on your mother's condition. So if your mother was enslaved, you'll be enslaved. This legal framework sanctioned the enslavers' rights to control, abuse, kill those that they enslaved. And there were ripple effects for this that we know. The rebellion had dire consequences for the Native Americans who were already here. They were caught between the colonial settlers and the colonial government. And the destruction of villages by Bacon's forces exemplifies the violence that was inflicted on these populations. So it's very difficult to look at Bacon's rebellion and come out feeling good on the other side, to say either the good guy won or the bad guy lost or whatever, because in many ways, everyone stinks in this situation. Everyone's terrible in this situation. I'm not surprised that it's not often covered in history courses because it's super complex and there's even more nuance to this. I mean, this is just like the 101 version on it. This transcends, I think, just a mere power struggle, which on some level it looks like it's just a power struggle between two rich British guys. You know, in the rebellion's wake, though, the landscape of Virginia was forever altered. There was a fear that gripped the elite. They were afraid that at any point now, this lower class of people who couldn't vote and didn't count could band together and make their will known. And so the aftermath of this story is one of division and distinction. And the unity that existed between the indentured servants of across color lines and racial lines was shattered by a deliberate legal and social reform. This is difficult. This is a very difficult topic, and I think it needs more than one video. But I think the biggest takeaway is that the work to separate you and me by color is on purpose. It was strategic and it had a starting point. Now, that's not to say that there's not colorism or racism or whatever has never happened until we get to Bacon's Rebellion. Of course not. But when we're talking about white and black being codified, these are legal standings. Are you legally black and you can't bear arms and you can't gather and you can't do all these different things, or are you legally white? That's why it's so important when we look 100 years later, when Thomas Jefferson writes the words, "All men are created equal." Who is he referring to?
Not you.
Now, I'm someone that believes that these documents are living, breathing documents and that they have the ability to expand as our country is growing, as we are expanding as people. But when the founding fathers in 1790 were figuring out how do we naturalize new citizens into this new nation, they said a free white man of good character. There was no consideration for anything else. They probably didn't even need to say white. It was probably just understood to be white based on what had happened 100 years prior.
Yeah.
And no, we're not still operating underneath these codes or these laws. There is an indelible mark left on us. And we still fall into this of being manipulated along these color lines. Read the news, watch the TV, listen to how people talk. It's always white versus black, black versus white. And so, again, I would never tell someone, this is how you should identify. These are the words you should use. No, no, no. But if you're going to use these words and it's creating discord, it's creating separation, it's creating division, know that that was the intent all along.
Dawn Power Wash has 3 cleaning boosters not found in traditional dish soaps. It's more than soap, it's power wash.
All right.
Now, Where do we see? Go ahead.
Yeah, we're here.
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah. Now, where do we see blacks not being able to carry arms, Apostle?
Repeat that again.
Where do we see in the United States today, mainly where blacks cannot carry arms?
Northern states. I know down here we can carry them. The north, like Washington D.C. and New York City and places like that.
Yeah, exactly, Apostle. They said New York was taking Virginia's, stuff too. They was taking from Virginia and doing the same stuff too. And they have one of the biggest plantations in New York also. So, but damn, what was I just talking about?
Guns.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I'm waiting on my license.
The major cities. Listen, the major cities. Our brothers in the major cities cannot carry guns to this day. They make laws still to this day to where blacks can't carry guns, or basically the poor can't carry guns.
Or I'm gonna put it this way: even in states like South Carolina, like Kentucky, like Indiana, like Tennessee, where they got open carry laws, a white man with a gun is looked at different with a black man with a gun. Even where you are legally able to carry it, you are not looked at the same. You are a threat, and they don't treat you the same.
Yeah.
You can be legally carrying. You don't even need a license to carry a gun in South Carolina. You can open, you can't conceal carry, but you can open carry. Right? But every time
my grandfather used to ride with a pistol on his seat, and if the cops put him over, he was like,
you better let him know.
They had hunting rifles up too and stuff like that. So
yeah. That was, I mean, your hunting rifle. Then it was still the problem was with a handgun, not the hunting rifle. But that hunting rifle better not be loaded when they pull you over. You can have it up on the rack, but it can't be loaded. Your ammo got to be in the opposite direction than with the gun. You got to be able to maneuver to get that ammo. You just can't be able to sit where you are and reach in the glove pocket, pull out the ammo, and then reach back. No. It has to be within some distance. Where it shows that you are cognitive of what you're doing. You got to get up, move, get the ammo, load the gun, and all of that. So all of that shows intent.
Yeah, premeditation.
Right.
Premeditation.
Well, my gun is right over there.
See, that's what I'm saying. But see, these things are still existing in our major cities, brother. They go against our brothers and sisters and the poor people in the major cities.
Right. Like Washington, D.C.
It's still being, like I said, till this day.
Right.
All this shit is still happening right now to us.
Right.
See? It's not like this shit has went away. And they just maybe rename it, or, like I said, is segregation or gentrification and segregation evolved?
Well, I'll put it this way, brother. Let me share this with you. I work for a certain organization in the Washington, D.C. area. It was a food store. They hired their own security. The only store in the area that does, your area. If you went into one of those stores that has initial GF, If you went in one of those stores, you probably would have saw me in uniform or plain clothes, and I was armed. For 16 years, I worked for that company. Okay? And you know who I'm talking about. What food store company had their own security?
I said it the last time. I can't remember the name of that grocery store now. Damn, what is it again?
Giant. Giant.
Yeah.
Giant. Giant food. I worked for them for 16 years. Right?
Yes, sir.
I stopped working in 91, 90, 92, 91, 92. That's when I stopped working.
Now, isn't that crazy? You can't carry a gun in the city, but you can carry a gun to protect the corporations.
Right.
Businesses.
Right.
It hurts. I'm not laughing because I think it's funny, man. It hurts, but that's all I can do is laugh or cry. You know what I'm saying? This shit's getting old, man.
In the state of Maryland, they was known as Giant of Maryland Inc. In D.C., they known as Giant Food Incorporated.
Okay.
And in Virginia, it's the same. I think it's Giant Food in Virginia.
Okay.
Yeah, I was licensed. I was licensed to carry in all 3 districts: D.C., Maryland, and Virginia.
Yes, sir. See, wielding the gun to protect, that's okay.
Yeah.
Well, like I said, my brothers and sisters are still going through the same shit that was, these laws that was going on back then, So it's like I said, we got to tie all this stuff together, man. We talking about, how everything was set up. You seen from the first video how, colonization took place. And then, you talk about the Mayflower and all that, and the Virginia Company gave you a little bit on the Virginia Company, the first company. And, then we go to Jamestown and the Bacon Rebellion and stuff. So it's this is all giving you history, but it's still, if you can tie it together, you can see how it still works today.
Yeah. Yeah.
And that is my main point. You can see how it still works today. And I appreciate you for allowing me to do this, Apostle, because like I said, now people have something to go back to. When you're talking about the origins, you can go back to the beginning. St. Augustine, the first colony, and then what did you say, like 43 years later, Jamestown. But then there was 2 colonies, two places, well, on the island of North Carolina, you had 2 establishments, but they didn't last.
Right.
One lasted 1 year, and then the guy went and got some supplies, came back, and I think it was Croatians. They had not Croatians, but the Croatoans.
Right.
They just had, that was on a plaque. Somebody inscribed it in there. I guess they had attacked them, and so that was done. And then Jamestown comes.
Right.
And then after that, the Virginia Company, but the Virginia Company owned a lot of that land. So if you look up the Virginia Company and the origins, it was called West Indies at one time.
Right.
You can look that up. The United States East Coast, some of the states being called the West Indies, like from New York down to Virginia or something like that. But this is the evolution of the map, y'all. And like I said, all these terms come from kings and queens, the names of them. And, these are not the names of the land, the original names of the land. These are all social constructs that were given to the land, names given. And we need to understand what a social construct is. A social construct is a name given to a certain group, all right? Given to a certain group by another group. And that group that the name was given to takes that name upon itself or adopts it upon itself. Like we do with black or white or the N-word or, Democrat, Republican, Texas, Pennsylvania, and those The lines on the map that divide us.
Yep. All right.
Our social construct, fam.
The link is in the chat.
Huh?
I said the link is in the chat for anybody that got any questions for IBM, Indigenous Black Man, for the presentation. You can hit the chat. You can hit the link. Unfortunately, he's on the phone, so you can't call in. I ain't got that handled yet. That I got to figure out how to do that. So, but anybody.
I'm done. If anyone would like to, there's JJ. What's up, JJ?
What's up, buddy?
Yeah, man.
Hit the link.
Yeah,
come on in.
JJ. Hit the link. Come on in, family. We can talk about this. And if y'all got any questions, I think I laid it out pretty easily for y'all to understand. That's why I use videos, because y'all can't barely hear me. And I hope I'm getting through clear right now. I pray to God that I am.
You're pretty loud, man.
But if not, I know the videos, pretty much tells the story that I'm trying to tell you, and I've been trying to tell y'all for years. Okay.
Yeah.
And I do this out of love. I'm not trying to, if you can hit Apostles Cash App, and his show is really putting some serious I don't have one, but if you can hit Apostles, then I would really appreciate it, because like I said, this is the stuff that needs to be talked about, needs to be heard, y'all. We gotta stop playing, what we were told, and do our own research to find out the truth of what really went down. This was just a presentation. You can spend a lifetime on subjects like this and still not, get to the end of it.
My sister, I can't bring my sister up. I can't bring her up for some reason. I don't understand. I want to bring her up.
She on the channel.
Oh, there she goes. Oh, all right. There you go.
Peace, Elder. How are you?
Yeah, that worked. Yeah, I was like, how come I can't get her up?
Peace, JJ. Peace, IBM. How are we?
Shalom, sister.
I'm here. This was a great presentation. I really enjoyed it. I had a few questions though, because one question was, because I was a little sidetracked. I appreciate it because I was getting a little discouraged with this blackness, because I'm feeling like we can't be nothing but Negroes. That's how I'm feeling. It's taking us back to being Negroes if we can't be black. But with this new status that's about to come out with the immigrants and all of this, I think this is going to set a new bar for this status for us, because we have Africans here now. And so this term of blackness is about to set a new status quo for us. But then when you went into so much of this intel with colonization, right? So I'm trying to draw a line. Do you think they took from civilized or civilization and brought it into colonization?
That's for you, IBM.
Well, terms like civilization and civilized.
Yeah.
Those are weaponized terms too, sister.
Okay.
Because we gotta ask ourselves, why is civil always attached to us?
Because civil was culture. When we say, because civilized.
Hold on for a second.
Okay.
Hold on for a second. Just 1 second, sister. I'm sorry. And what's civil about any of this?
Again,
that's the question that I think that we need to ask ourselves: what's civil about this, and why these terms keep on popping up when they're talking about giving us rights and dealing with us? The minority, which is actually the majority on the planet. They're only 9% of the world's population, so how can they be the majority? But see, it's talking points like that where you use these terms and they're weaponized. No different than when Lee Atwater said that, the end result is that blacks get hurt than whites. It hurt worse than whites. That was Reagan's campaign manager. His racist rant, that's on tape.
So when I rock with you with that, right? Then I have to think about the form of being conditioned, right? So they always said, okay, because my theory is it ain't what they say, it's what they don't say, right? And so when they told us that when we were thinking about being conditioned, and this is pretty much this topic, being conditioned. So when we think about that conditioning thing, you go into that theory of the rat being in the box and the cheese being in one side of the box, and then you're talking about running this maze to be conditioned to find the cheese, right? Now, if you're thinking outside the box, what if the rat don't want cheese? What if the rat want peanut butter? What if the rat want crackers? What if the rat want bologna? Rats eat a whole various amount of things. In order to get these things, you got to think outside the box. You got to get outside the box. So in order to not be conditioned for cheese, you got to think outside the box. You got to get outside the box. If you get outside the box, ain't no telling where you may run like the slave, right? So here we go. From not being conditioned to think outside the box. So here we are now going outside of those things. So when we saying civilized, or civilized being a culture being something that's not conditioned, it's who you are. And so when we saying it's the language, so this is one of the things we right here fighting over, is being civilized or having a culture. Because just because you speak a certain way, people say, oh, you from here. Oh, you from here. That's your culture, making you a civilized person. So again, are they taking the word civilized and making you colonized to make you different from who you were, taking you from what you were to make you who they want to see? And that's why I like when you said the difference from the servitude slave that was made to order than just the slave who they demanded you. You know what I'm saying? And so that's why I like the lesson, because I knew about the Burgesses, but I didn't know the pieces that you brought to us.
Yeah. Hold on for a second, y'all. I just want to, I don't know what happened. JJ dropped off, but
Okay.
I just wanted to announce that JJ got a new channel.
Yeah.
A Lions Den channel, JJ 7K. And we want to shout him out with this new Lions Den channel. That's all his. His and his alone. That's all right. Big ups to my brother. Come on back up in here, man, so we can hear from him.
Yeah.
Go ahead, y'all.
And he's supposed to have it going on tomorrow. Okay, well, go ahead, IBM. I'm sorry.
Yeah, Sakina, that was a good point, because see, and then when we showed, we've heard people say synonymous and synonyms, but a synonym is just a word that can define another word, right? So when we look at the synonyms, we've seen slavery, we've seen incarcerated, sister.
Yeah.
We've seen these words that we are. You understand? See, that's where I'm going. We are still these things. We are still indentured. We are still debt slaves, because when you get credit, when you borrow, credit is a debt cycle after a debt cycle after a debt cycle. After every time you borrow, you owe. And they're going to tax you on what you owe for holding your money.
Mm-hmm.
Use your credit card for a $17 item. You might pay $19 for it because you're taxed for using your money. It's not just the government, which we've seen making laws to make this legal, but you got the financial system that's set up against you. The programming is real. they have us talking about the Mayflower and Columbus at the beginning, but you don't go back to St. Augustine, where it all started, 43 years before Jamestown. And there was, like I said, all this has to be placed into its proper narrative. So then that way we can start gathering truths about these, colonizers, the elite group, who are making their own rules and going against the king, going away from the, authoritarian or the imperialistic type mentality where the king rules to government and democracy, and allowing religions to, believe whatever they want, which is dangerous, to making laws against, certain groups, advancing other groups, and then placing the color lines down. Just like Johann Frederick Blumenbach created the term race, sister. Like I've taught many times, Johann Frederick, and then Darwin creates, comes after him. He's a student of his. He comes after him. And Malthus was a population control guy. Bill Gates is still on the same stuff. Yeah. And I'll give y'all a fun fact. Bill Gates' father, there's a tape, you can look it up. Bill Gates saying that his father was the head of Planned Parenthood at one time. Margaret Sanger, the Negro Prophet, eugenics.
Yeah.
You see?
Yeah, that's good. Okay, I have one more question, then I'm gonna step down because I appreciate this lesson. This was deep. So, apostle, elder.
Yes.
Now I know you know all things. So that bridge that the Baltimore Bridge.
Right.
All right. Now
the one that was bombed. Slammed into by a cargo ship and bombed.
Come on.
Yeah, go ahead.
Now I found out that was part of B&O Transportation.
Mm-hmm.
Now, what can you tell me about that?
Well, only thing is what I can share is what I heard, what I presume to be true. Is the powers that be is attempting to create havoc among the people, to make chaotic conditions, to bring about panic. That bridge collapsing, unfortunately, or fortunately, however you want to look at it, that bridge is responsible for everything that's coming out of that port in Baltimore. Has anything to do with farm, food, equipment, as far as bulldozers, anything that's used on a farm comes across that bridge and go out to the farmers. Guess what? The farmers are not going to be able to get their equipment, to get their seed in the ground, to bring the crop up, the first fruit up. So there's going to be a delay in getting the food from the farmer in the store. So that means there's going to be a delay of you going to the store, getting the food to your home, and it's affecting everything that has to do to come across that bridge and everything that's shipping under that bridge, because nothing is going to pass. That dock is shut down. They got shipments coming out of that channel in Baltimore coming in all the way from Baltimore, all the way down past Virginia, coming out into the Atlantic Ocean that's going overseas.
Come on.
Everything that's coming from overseas that's coming in here ain't going to get through.
Come on.
So economically, we're going to feel this 3-6 months from now.
Yes,
we're going to be suffering because of what happened at that bridge.
Yes, this famine.
Listen, when they took down the world trade, fair use, y'all. This is my opinion.
Come on.
Because you flagged me last week, and you better not do it again. And don't mess with my brain. Leave my mind alone. Trying to get me to forget what I want to talk about. What was the last thing I said?
I don't know, but you want me to put my number in the back chat so you don't get flagged?
You can put the number there, but I'm not worried about it. Look, I say what I want to say. I say what I say was on my mind. I'm going to speak it. Once I say it, they can't retract it. They can block it, flag it. But once I put it out there and you heard it, I can't.
Yeah, but I don't want you to get flagged getting hit now. Listen, excuse my language.
I'm going to put it this way. This was just like the World Trade. It was an attack on the economic structure. That's what it was. And the attack was from inside, not outside. Inside, not outside. With the virus, with the shot, with the punch, with it all. Inside, not outside.
Well, you know, they blamed the Indians, so that'll help you out.
Yeah.
They said 22 Indians was responsible, so that'll get you off the hook. No, so my elder did not say that. The people said that.
Yeah, I don't believe that. The ones I remember talking the most about it was that guy he just mentioned. What was the name? IBM.
Was that
the guy you just? No. The boy that's alive today that you just mentioned. That's want to population control. Yeah. Gates, Fauci, Trump, the trumpet, Trump.
Don't forget the Musk.
The Musk.
Yeah, you got to put the Musk in there. The Musk got it.
All of it. Every single one of them. Hollywood, Trini Wood, Seducer Wood, and all the rest of it. And all the black people, so-called Negroes that's getting caught up in it so you can live your lifestyle. You done sold not only your people, but you sold out your mama. You selling out your mama for the filthy lucre. And for status in society. You homo.
And we got to remember, Sakina, you got to see if I was getting ready to go off, that's why I cut him off. I love you, bro. I ain't gonna take it overboard, man. Hey, Sakina, you had some great questions, sister. And you got to remember, look, when I say go back to the origins, because you heard that Harvard was created in the 1600s. It benefited greatly off of slavery. These railroad lines benefited greatly off of slavery. Greatly, sister. So we got to remember that. And they play their part just as well with the elites and the big corporations, which America is nothing more than a corporation. You know what I'm saying? So that's what I'm saying. And we are nothing more than indentured servants on the land, you know. And they throw rights and laws that say that they're going to do this and that for us. They never upheld any of the treaties with the Indians.
Not one. Right. Not one.
With us, you know what I'm saying? They throw you in they lie all the time, and we believe it because we're the most forgiving people on the planet, sister. That's what it is. It's our hearts. And but the truth don't have to be validated ignorance. When you tell them the truth, nobody don't have to believe, but it's still gonna be the truth, right? So that's the point. We need to start dealing with the truth. You know?
Let me say this. Let me say this. Let me say this.
That's a great question. I thank and appreciate you, sister. I love you. I thank and appreciate you.
IBM, let me say this. I don't know if y'all been listening to what's going down, but from town to town, city to city, state to state, even over in the country, Sweden, and y'all been hearing about the sounds that's been coming out of the sky?
Oh yeah.
Y'all been hearing about it all? This ain't, I mean, this is a rehash. It happened about 3 or 4 years ago. It was going on. Okay? These weird sounds.
Can you show one?
Yeah.
Show one?
Yeah, I can. Yeah, I have to go in there and look for it, but I can pull one up.
Yeah.
No, let me do that. Y'all hold on for a second. Let me do that. Let me take my glasses off.
Yeah. I just did a video a show about the hum and the pulse, right? About the mystics of the universe. You know, they every 72 seconds, the 72 second sound, the one Apostle referring to, they heard in the universe. A lot of people hear it, a lot of people don't. But then they have a pulse that every 26 seconds is being heard from a lot of people. And these sounds, they can't refer to where they hear them from or how they hear them, but they are being heard. So one is being referred to as a pulse or a hum from the inside, and the other one is being referred to as a wow. They detected it as the wow signal. And they monitor that one because they don't say it's a terrestrial. They can't prove it's a terrestrial because it was heard from the outside. So they monitor that sound with NASA from the outside with all the satellites and whatnot. And then the other one, they also monitor with the same things. They monitor the weather and earthquakes and things of that nature with. And so that monitors the hum or the pulse or the heartbeat. You know, so NASA does a whole lot of intricate things to kind of monitor the universe or science, or you know what I'm saying?
Here's one. I don't know if this is one of the ones I heard, but this is one of the ones I just pulled up because there's plenty.
Mm-hmm. It's very much true.
Come on up. Why is it ain't coming up?
And help. Watch this movie, and it may change your mind.
There's a worldwide phenomenon that's been happening for years. Trumpet sounds and mysterious booms in the sky. The unexplained sounds were happening more frequently about 6 to 8 years ago, but now it seems in the past year they've been coming back. Is this HARP, some unknown technology, something related to the UFO phenomenon, or just maybe it's a warning from God in the heavens? A noise will come to the ends of the earth, for the Lord has a controversy with the nations. He will plead his cause with all flesh. He will give those who are wicked to the sword, says the Lord. In the year 2018, this strange sound phenomenon seemed to be increasing worldwide.
Guys, what is going on?
Strange sounds are being heard around the world. In Sweden, this sure sounds like a trumpet. In Michigan, another trumpet-like sound. In British Columbia, Canada, Dr. Glenn McPherson says he heard a strange humming sound in his home. At first, he thought it was an appliance,
Ultimately, I cut the power to the entire house, and the sound got louder.
Then he discovered he was not alone.
This is in fact a worldwide phenomenon, and I'm calling it the worldwide hum.
But after 2018, things seemed to go quiet for a little while. But now, it seems that these occurrences are happening once again. All these accounts that we'll look at are from the past year. The first sounds that we'll look at are the trumpet sounds in the sky. This man claims he's been hearing the trumpet sounds all day. He perceives it as a warning and tells people they need to get right with God right now.
Let's y'all get right. And this has been happening all day. If I ain't right with the Most High, I suggest y'all get right with the Most High, because that's the trumpet.
Another man claims he's been hearing the same trumpet sounds all day as well, and interestingly enough, it seems that there's a storm approaching in this video as well, something that's occurring in many of these videos.
Social media. I heard it. Y'all need to shut that door or something. You get the light up or something. Yeah, that's different.
I really hope that's not a tornado. I don't think it is.
That's a trumpet. I don't think so. That's definitely a trumpet.
Many people point to the angels blowing the trumpets in Revelation when these sounds are recorded, but the bowls, seals, and trumpets of Revelation signal massive worldwide judgments upon the earth. These judgments from the book of Revelation aren't happening on the earth right now, but this doesn't mean that these sounds aren't warnings from God or spiritual warfare happening in the heavenly realms. This next video is extremely strange with a lot going on in it. TikTok user Nightmare Fuel uploaded this video where we hear strange crashing noises, start to see extreme weather stirring up. Groups of people in the street seem to be pretty scared of whatever's going on. Then lights in the sky start flashing as we hear another strange low rumble sound start to begin. In the midst of this all, the power goes out, and they said that following this event, an earthquake took place. There's so many strange occurrences happening in that clip that it's made people question if some unknown technology was involved. Maybe this is somehow tied to HAARP, the large ionospheric heater that some people claim has the power to change weather and do other strange anomalies within the world around us. The lights in the sky in this video reminded me of another occurrence of strange lights that took place in the sky in 2018 over Queens, New York. You can see this blue light flashing in the sky over Queens is very similar to the instance of the lights that were flashing all over that clip that we just looked at. Of course, when unexplained events start happening, people question if it has anything to do with the UFO phenomenon. This next clip from the Philippines may lead some credence to that theory, where again, during a storm, a man and his daughter are recording strange sounds. And within this clip, there's a moment where you see an unidentified object flies right by him.
Left, right.
That scared me.
And now here, as we see, a large object flies by him. And what's strange is you can see the direction the wind is blowing when you look at the trees, and this massive object doesn't fly with the wind, but flies in the opposite direction. The long trumpet sounds is one of the most common recorded strange noises in the sky, but the other one is mysterious booms. People again attribute this to maybe some unknown technology, new aircrafts being tested, maybe even large underground bases being built, or of course, it's linked to UFOs. In this news report, not only is there documented cases of mysterious booms, but there's footage of what they claim may be a meteor, but as you'll see, the way it flies, it looks much more like a UFO.
About 10:30 p.m. Thursday night, as West Michigan was getting ready for bed, something peculiar was streaking above.
I heard rumbling, and, I see clear skies.
It was just insanity. Like, I'm surprised the kids didn't wake up. That's how loud it was at my house.
For over a minute, it echoed from Holland to Hastings, northern Kent County, and down to Kentwood.
To have one so close to home that actually made that boom sound, rumble sound, was pretty surreal.
But what was it? In this video caught by Ron Earl in Wyoming, it sure looks like a meteor. Now, Fox 17 showed Lunsford these videos late Friday. He says they do not appear to show a meteor and says this does not sound like a meteor entering the atmosphere.
For every mysterious sound video that appears online, you can be sure there are some fakes mixed in with that. The ones I picked for this video seem to be the most genuine, with distinct different noises being recorded. Something that you can't fake though is the thousands of comments surrounding these incidents of people claiming they heard the exact same thing in the same region, something that many of these videos had accompanying it. The world is more mysterious and supernatural than we're led to believe. There's a spiritual war going on around us at all times in the heavenly realms. Maybe that's starting to break through more and more, and that's what these sounds can be attributed to. If you want to be on the winning, victorious side of that war, make Jesus Christ the Lord of your life today.
Okay.
I hope and pray you're well.
I think this is the one that I'm more familiar with.
This is an award that I got for doing over $250,000 in a single year online. And if you want to learn how to do it for yourself, what the is that?
That is so loud.
What is that sound?
That's loud. Y'all ain't right with God. Y'all need to get right.
Hey guys, my name's Casey and this is Mindseed TV. Welcome back to the channel. Today, we're gonna... Did you hear that? Is that the judgment trumpet? The apocalypse? The end of days? Who knows? But in today's video, we're going to take a look at some of the most unexplainable sounds heard coming from the sky. Some claim that it's HAARP, government experiments, weather weapons. All the videos you're about to see are recent from the last year and cannot be explained. So before we start today's video, make sure you hit that subscribe button right there down below, and let's take a look. While the Philippines have seen their fair share of natural disasters, a massive typhoon hit during 2023, tearing through the country. Many people captured intense footage of this storm, but in this next clip, a man and his daughter capture something very strange. Listen closely. After hearing what could only be described as a judgment trumpet coming from outside while the storm is wailing, he tries to calm his daughter by telling her it's okay.
It's okay, baby.
But then he captures something even more bizarre. An unidentified flying object whips past his balcony. Whatever this thing was, it was going in the opposite direction of the wind at crazy, insane speeds. And to make it even more frightening, immediately after the object flies by, another loud sound comes from the sky. So how do you explain this? What was the object flying by their balcony? And what were the sounds coming from the sky outside from within the storm? Let me know your thoughts. A woman with the username Shondaland Store captured something extremely eerie at 3:30 a.m. outside of her apartment in Houston, Texas.
It's a weird sound been going off for like every minute or so.
I think this is what Zakina was talking about.
What the hell?
An extremely loud, bass-heavy roar could be heard every minute or two, filling the entire night sky, and it went on for nearly 2 hours.
Yo, what is this sound? This is crazy.
And that's how you know it's real. The way these people are responding to it. You know they're actually hearing this stuff, man.
She was so shaken up by this event, the next day she sent the video footage to her local news stations, but apparently they didn't want to cover the story for some reason. However, many people in the comments section of this video coincided with hearing similar noises on the same day in that area.
Yo, what could this be? It is loud as hell. I don't know what that is, y'all. I'm going inside.
In this next clip, uploaded by TikTok user Nightmare Fuel, an extremely strange event is captured on camera in Mexico. Just moments before an intense earthquake, there were some very unexplainable sounds recorded along with some very unusual weather behavior. A loud slamming noise can be heard almost as if something were repeatedly crashing down into the earth. But that's not all that happened. Suddenly, a red and blue light begins to flash in the night sky, causing the entire street's power to go out, followed by a long, heavy sound that people could only describe as an extremely loud horn. Multiple people caught the event on camera, and it even made it to news outlets, with no explanation as what caused these strange lights. People in the comments section of TikTok claim that this is the government testing out HARP or Project Bluebeam, and that nothing good ever comes after hearing these noises. In the video, people were genuinely afraid. So what do you think this was? Some sort of strange government weather weapon being tested, or something completely different? Let me know your thoughts down below. Many people visit Lake Hum in Australia for a family fun day on the water. However,
I want to buy your house. I can pay you cash for your house, no matter what condition it's in.
one day in particular, there was a strange sound echoing across the entire lake that no one could explain.
Stop that. There you go, man.
Yes, that is so real.
Yeah.
They said an earthquake followed after that
Right.
went out. The lights went out.
Right. Right. General Yohana's on there talking about that earthquake. He did that today. He did a show earlier today on it. But I told you, like, Sonetta was on today. And people, I'm telling y'all, somebody tell you that you can look at the solar eclipse and it's all right. Don't listen to that foolishness.
You're going to go blind.
You know, he talking about 2 years ago, he looked at it, and nothing happened. 2 years ago, there wasn't a solar eclipse. It was a lunar eclipse. There's a difference. The last time there was a solar eclipse was in 2017, in June. Came from Washington, West Coast, all across America, and went out in Charleston, South Carolina. A straight line. This one came from Mexico went out and rolled out. It made a cross from 2017 to the day. And when it crossed, where the cross is Babylon, Indiana. Now, you can think that's a coincidence if you want. All right? But this is Babylon. Okay? I seen myself today, a family being interviewed. Let me see if I can find that. A family being interviewed by a news anchor while the eclipse was happening. The anchor nor that family had on glasses, and they were staring at it. Now, I know I wouldn't take a chance even peeping at it and turning my head. I wouldn't even take a chance doing that. Okay? But at that corona, when that ring, when you look up at, and they were looking at the ring, because I was watching it on TV. There are strange things happening around us, y'all. Everybody we see ain't everything we think. Everybody you see ain't everything that you think. There's some stuff around here that ain't like you, that's out here walking among you. I'm telling you. And you can sit there and say, oh, no, I did it 2 years ago. I looked at it. Nothing happened. They didn't have a solar eclipse 2 years ago. Where were you at? On the moon? Where were you at? That's easy to look up. Why would you come on YouTube and say something that ridiculous? Like it can't be checked. The last time we had a solar eclipse was in 2017. Everybody knows that. There's a difference between a lunar eclipse and a solar eclipse. I suggest you go look it up.
Might have
Your
been
fifth grade
confused.
education. Ain't even got a high school diploma. Sitting up here teaching folk. Please. Go get a job, Negro. Listen, no, I'm serious, man. If you want to tell people that, why would you tell people to do damage to themselves? And then say you for the people. Why would you do that? Even after you say Unc said it, you laugh at what Unc said.
Maybe it was just a joke, Elder.
Nah, he wasn't joking. He was serious, man. Go watch it. Go watch it. The dude was serious. He was in a teaching moment. He was teaching.
Oh.
Telling folk they can look at it. Going outside and look at it. It ain't gonna hurt you.
I can't.
Misinformation, that's all a part of the big lie, Apostle. Like I said, start off with the big lie, brother. I mean, they use propaganda tactics, and see, you keep on saying something over, and over again, and people start believing it.
Hold, man, hold. Now, y'all hold on, because look, watch. I'm going to go get me. No. Watch what I do. I ain't playing with these dudes, man.
Listen, I love y'all, Elder. I'm finna hit your Cash App, and I'm finna get down on the panel.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you for coming, sir.
Thank you.
I love y'all much.
But for y'all still gonna be here.
I appreciate y'all.
Y'all gonna be here. Y'all. I'm going. I'm going.
No, I'm just in the chat. I'm just in the chat. I ain't going nowhere. I'm just in the chat.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
History. I'm gonna go in history because I know. Thank you, sir. Appreciate you.
Very much. I appreciate it. Appreciate and love you.
Just hold on, IBM. I'll be right with you.
Okay, yeah, I'm still here, brother. I'm still here. Yeah, but Sakina asked some good questions. I appreciate that our sister coming up, you know, because she brought some interesting questions into the mix, and you know, there's things that need to be talked about, definitely. You know. And Sakina also, you got to remember that in 1452 it was the same thing, you know, where the Catholic Church through papal bulls allowed the Spanish to enslave the African. And then later, that was 1452 when that happened. And then later in 1493, they allowed the Native Americans to be enslaved. See? So this is different parts of history, but we're talking, you know, that's the origins of how it was allowed to be the way it was. But, you know, once you get here to America, it takes on its own narrative.
No, that's not it. You still there, bro? Yeah, hold on. Let me get this news channel. That's what I want.
Okay.
I got Sonetta.
Did you hear what I said to Sakina? Did you
Yeah.
hear what I said to Sakina, though?
Yeah, I heard you.
Okay.
I just didn't understand why you stopped. I don't know if I heard it all. But it seemed like you stopped. Horrifying.
I heard the video start playing. So I stopped talking.
Okay.
But I was,
Yeah. Man, I ain't gonna play Sonetta because he'll flag my channel if I play his shit. Excuse me. Sorry
okay.
for that. Yeah. He'll flag the channel.
Yeah. I don't know how they do it. Some people use other people's stuff and they put, you know, copyrights, but they can do it. But certain people, they just don't want doing certain things, I guess. You know, they, what is it, social credit score? You know what I mean? You heard that? Where they going to give you a social credit score?
Oh, yeah? No, I ain't know that.
Yep. I think they're doing it already over in maybe China or Japan. I think China or Japan. But yeah. And you know, once it starts in one place, you know, just like with eugenics started in America, but it spread all around the world. So, you know, we got to look out for that too.
Yeah.
And then they can freeze your account and, you know, take you off social media. So, you know, all that. You know what I mean? So, you know, there's a lot that's coming that we're not ready for. And they're making money hand over foot, billions of dollars, while we're all in recession and struggling and dipping into our savings and all that. They're making money, big money, from price gouging and you know, all these different ways that they do during the recession where they make big money every time. And we're in depression and recession, we're suffering, and they're making big money off of our suffering. And the war comes along with that.
Truth about that ain't it. Now I know I should have seen it by now. Eclipse, the prophetic signs, April. It was a news report, so.
Did you you watch it on YouTube?
Yeah, I definitely watched it on YouTube. Because and
Go to your history.
so I'm at my history.
Yeah.
That's where I'm at.
Oh, okay.
I'm at my history.
Okay.
And I thought I should have saw it by now. Because I'm seeing things out of order. 3 minutes ago, Voyager just made terrifying discovery. No.
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
But,
I might have to do this because I ain't got the patience right now to look for it.
Okay.
I'm getting upset because I can't find it.
Take your time, brother. Take your time. But I hate when it does that too. You know you lost it, and it should be right there at the beginning, or couple down maybe. But you watched it.
Which the things that I watched today. You know what I'm saying? It should be right there with the things that I watched today, but it's not.
That's why when I save it, I create a new list, and the ones that I think that are really important, I make a list for them.
Yeah. Let me see something.
Either it'll be the chat,
my playlist.
It'll be the channel name.
Might have saved it on the playlist. Nope.
Watch later.
Yeah.
Watch later.
Your clips, like videos, your videos.
Yeah.
Let me see. Nah, that's not the right. This is not it.
Did you like the video? If you liked it,
Yeah, I don't know if I liked it. I know I went and saved it.
Okay, well that will be a watch later then. That will be in the watch later column.
Let me see. Let me get to that.
But important videos from now on, Apostle, just make a down at the bottom it says create new playlist, and then you can put a name on it, and then that way you can put, like, if you're talking about banking, you can put economics/banking, and then put it in that, save it up to that, save it in that room for you. You got a little, and I've got probably about 20 of those on the side. Margaret Sanger, Bill Gates, stuff like that, where I save the stuff, their videos, so I can keep them separated from one another when I save them,
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, hold on.
And you know where to go when you're looking for.
Total eclipse through the eyes of NASA. I don't think that's it. I don't think.
Well, it will be the one before my presentation, the ones that you've looked up so far in your history.
Right. I just went past all of that. So that's Sarnetta's. I see his. So
okay.
And I see JJ's test. So all of that tracking the moon, eclipse. That's Sanchez. Okay, I seen that. Torah tapes, destination, eclipse, no, not him. Chaos, Spike, okay, no, Eliezer Adu Awa. Okay, warning sounds, eclipse, no. Minutes ago, I found Noah's Ark. I remember seeing that today. Joe Biden. I seen that. Tazariak and Tommy Soyata. I seen that. Okay, the sisters. I seen what they were doing today. Okay, that. Cat Williams. First Amendment.
Yeah.
Taiwan a minute ago confirmed. Commanders, Germany, Dan Quinn. I don't want to hear nothing about them getting rid of what you call, man. The Commanders better not get rid of 93. They be fools as they do.
Was that one of your linemen?
Yeah, defensive lineman, the tackle in the middle.
Okay, defense guy. Yeah, okay. Nose guard.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm seeing all these reports that they getting rid of must-see moves. Commanders watch. Nah, they better not be getting rid of them. I know that. I don't see the news report. How is that possible?
It happens to me too. I don't even know, brothers. Like, and then you got to go down. You know, you go down the list, and you'll eventually find it. But it's like, man, why is it all the way down here? Or stuff that's,
old
older.
stuff. Yeah,
Much
older.
Yeah. It happens. Like I said, it's like some things they just don't want you to regurgitate. You'll see it on the news once, maybe, and then all of a sudden the story disappears. That's how they suppress the information. That's how they keep the world from knowing what's really going on with us over here. Because they monitor what's coming in and what's going out as far as information goes.
Let me see if this is it. Nah, this is live. This ain't it. That's live.
Yeah.
That's the thing. And once you look at something, you got to start all over again, man. At the top.
Yeah, people don't understand how hard it is to do this stuff. You get timestamps or, I mean, you got to dang near watch the whole video if what the people are saying is you got different points in the video and you got to timestamp it and you got to go back through all those videos and just get the timestamp so you have time to present something so you show what you want to say. It's time consuming putting all this stuff together and, accumulating all this information to present.
Planet answer. Okay, I'm right back to where I was before. Yeah, I'm down here. I see my own tape I did last week. Come on, man. Okay. See him, Putin. Mind blowing. Grand Canyon. Okay. The four horsemen of the apocalypse. Okay, 3 minutes ago. Voyager. Greatest. Mind blowing. Dan Quinn makes the master play. And he better not got rid of 93. I know that. Security.
Yeah, you save it in its own room, and you can just go to playlist, and it'll, because I have a music playlist. I have, like I said, different stuff, AI and gain of and, you know, CRISPR, stuff like that. And I put the one that I'm talking about those videos or something relating to that technology or that subject, then I can go right to that, you know, playlist and get the videos that I'm looking for. But it took me a while to figure it out too, brother. I ain't gonna lie.
Yeah.
I was on here for like 5 years before I figured it out. I mean, I was on here for like 2 years before I even figured out that stuff. How to make a Google account and all that stuff. I was just using YouTube without a subscription.
Baltimore Bridge. This is not conspiracy. 2 minutes ago. Man, I'm way down here, man. I guess it's stuff I watch during the week. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to find this thing. Past the
Another way you could do it is to send it to your Facebook. Share it to Facebook to your, you know, to your channel, and in that way you can always go back to your Facebook and reference off of that.
Right. But I'm gonna have to pull it up to be able to share it. Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, but
if I did that earlier, I can't even. The thing is, I can't even remember the name of the video. I just know it was a news event around 3 o'clock today as the eclipse was happening.
On your local channel?
Not on my local. It was on. It was on YouTube. I was watching YouTube.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay.
And it was being live. It was being played live.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah. So it was being played live.
Well, you'll
see
definitely
nothing.
run into it because I do that all the time. I'll you know, be looking for one, and then, you know, when I ain't looking for it, I run into it again.
Yeah. Yeah, I find that I'll run it by there later. Run it out. Let people see it. But go ahead, man.
Yeah,
I was hoping that JJ came back in here, man, but you know, I don't know.
Yeah. You might have had some things to do. I don't know. You know,
Yeah.
you know, I think we did a pretty good job here.
Oh yeah, man, you did a great job, man. This is definitely gonna be a hitter, man. No, I appreciate you.
Give me the credit, man. You was working hard. You was working hard too, brother.
Well, that's true. That's true. Yeah.
So
well, go ahead.
We got to take the credit together. But yeah, I appreciate y'all for listening, for coming. And like I said, this is just you know, if you need a reference off of it, you know, and get some names, you know, time periods, and be able to explain it a little bit better on how America was colonized and the origins of slavery. Okay, you know, and how these things were written into law. You know, so I appreciate y'all for coming. Thanks. Appreciate the thank love and appreciate y'all. And I want y'all to keep your head high and your grass low. And do your own research. And if you need to refer back to the video, refer back to the video. Use the part of it, whatever part you want. I don't care. I don't strike. I want this information to get out. I learned this from somewhere else too. So I ain't nothing. You know, I'm just a vessel passing on information. You see what I'm saying? So, and you know, trying to get the truth out. So, yeah, I appreciate, thank love, and appreciate y'all. And like I said, keep your head high, your grass low, and do your research. And be proud of who you are and where you come from, and stop allowing people to tell you who you are, how to live, and where you come from. And once again, thank love, appreciate y'all, and y'all have a good night.
All right. All right. Y'all heard him. Thank you, brother. I'll check you out. Talk with you later. Okay? Thank you.
All right.
Enjoyed it,
Thanks,
man.
Apostle. Appreciate
Powerful.
you, brother.
Powerful, man.
All right.
All right. Y'all heard it. That's IBL to you. Glad to be able to do this for y'all today. And thank you. Remember, y'all, hit the like, share, smash that like button, man, and share and subscribe to the channel. Okay? Please do that for me to help my algorithm, and that it'll let you know whenever I do go live. It'll let you know. So I appreciate y'all very much. I love you. Thank you for those that visit the Cash App. I thank you for doing so. Appreciate it. Love you all. Be blessed. Be lifted up. Kwame Yasharala. And I'm going to send y'all out tonight with Canal 104 and my son when he featured on Canal's record, Tap Out. This is Canal 104, and my son, Nabat, on Tap Out.
That nigga Sally going stupid.
Then I be going all in, I be maxed out. We be posted with a trap. Me playing the script shot, no black ops, no black ops. But please don't make me black out, black out, black out, black out. Don't make me burn. You know I use the scriptures like a scrap. Make it tap out, tap out. That's done, wrap it up, he finished. Be mighty men of valor. One of the best ways to kill a man is wisdom. If he out, you can get a friend out. Since he put me in there. You know it's followed us, that's of loud. Chase the king, cause it's riches out. Take focus, they just riches and head wraps. I switch quick, no doubt. I'm a fruit friend, pull the book and chop. I'm a search in, walk within the chop. They were capped in, then I walked about. Had question, they ain't had no else. And Kiri ones around, we gotta sharpen them blades. This path he paid, this shut up the ancient of days. Then I be going all in, I be maxed out. We be posted with a trap. Me playing the strip shot, no black ops, no black ops. But please don't make me black out, black out, black out, black out. Don't make me burn. You know I use the scriptures like the scroll. Make it tap out. Then I be going all in, I be maxed out. We be posted with a trap. Me playing the strip shot. No black ops, no black ops, but please don't make me black out, black out, black out, black out. Make me burn. You know I use the scriptures like a scroll. Make it tap out, tap out.
Listen up, finally that sounds like this. I pray for the knowledge of Solomon. As they 419 just with his head, now we catching that right like a fisherman. Yeah, we champion those scum that took many men. Penny people help pick the tamale sin. When you fly something wicked, no realest word. I'ma tell you the truth that because I care. I'ma tell you the truth that because I care. Yeah, that watch stay with me, y'all come prepare. Demons flee off the scene and they out of there. GC with the fringes, the righteous pill. Yeah, we keep the law, so we stand tall. The remnant remain with some solitude. So we in the spirit, and we stay girded up till the Mashiach reappear. Please don't make me put the scripture where they trap out. Make the spirit come up out my flesh now. Kala haya hawa bahashem. Yeah, got my sword and sharpened for the Gentile. I had to dumb it down just for a little while. I had to sit me down like a little child. Came from the streets, wicked started milk sipping out. Righteous living, break the word down. The blind lead the blind. Hereafter the church still believes there's a rapture. Lies told, recycled by the pastor on Judgment Day. The fires when you cast them. Real righteous brothers, no actors. Got the precept jotted. Turn the chapter. Keep moving forward, never back. The kingdom's here for us.
I be going all in, I be maxed out. We be posted with a trap. Me playing the strip shot, no black ops, no black ops. But please don't make me black out, black out, black out, black out. Don't make me burn. You know I use the scriptures like the scroll. Make it tap out. Then I be going all in, I be maxed out. We be posted with a trap. Me playing the strip shot, no black ops, no black ops. But please don't make me black out, black out, black out, black out. Don't make me burn. You know I use the scriptures like the scroll. Make it tap out, tap out, tap out. Ooh. Tap out.
All right, there you go. Kwame Yasharala. Kwame Yasharala. Kwame Yasharala. Kal Halal, Yahweh Bahashem, Yahushua, Rakathan, Athan. Yes, Palau, pray. without ceasing. Pray continually. Pray and never stop praying. Pray always for you and I, for them and those, the loved ones, those that's gone, and those that are on the way. Lift their name higher and higher. There's only one Most High, Supreme, Allahayim. One God, one faith, one baptism. I love y'all, but got to tell you the truth. Ain't going to do that until the day I die. I will stand for truth. I live for truth. And I will die for this truth. Loving you is loving me. Amen. Amen. Appreciate you. Once again, share, hit the like, subscribe to the channel. And I really, really appreciate you for those that have visited the Cash App. Thank you very much. Thank you indeed. May God bless you. Barakathon. Amen and amen.